Today we are going to have the national anthem sang by Tara Craig.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming got stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will come to order. Today's Pledge of Allegiance is by Joshua Spivey, Katia Spivey, Sophia Ayers, Auden Goldie from Christian Home Educators in Centennial, Colorado.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt, Baker J. J. Becker.
Excused.
Baker K.
Excused.
Beckman. Representative Beckman. Benavides. Bridges. Buck. Buckner. Buckner.
Excused.
Carver. Catlin. Coleman. Covarrubias. Danielson. Escar. Everett. Exum. Foot. Foot.
Excused.
Garnett. Janal. Gray. Hamner. Representative Hamner. Hanson. Harrod. Representative J. Becker is present. Hooten. Humphrey. Jackson. Kennedy. Representative K. Becker is present. Kraft Tharp. Landgraf. Oh, thank you. Lawrence. Representative Lawrence.
Excused.
Lepsock. Lee. Leonard. Lewis. Liston. Lontine. Lundeen. McKean. McLaughlin. Melton. Michelson Janae.
Good morning.
Mitch Bush.
No see.
Navarro. Representative Lawrence is present. Neville. Nordberg. Pabone. Pedersen. Representative Pedersen. Pedersen.
Excused.
Rankin. Ransom. Rosenthal. Sane. Oh, thank you. Salazar. Salazar. Sias. Singer.
Excused.
Thurlow. Valdez. Van Winkle. Weissman. Willett. Williams. Wilson. Representative Wilson. Oh, there he is. Winter. Wist. Young. Madam Speaker.
Hey, pay attention. You're mentioned.
Am I?
You do have a pet now.
I do now.
Yeah, you do now. It's kind of liberty.
That's okay. Is that like part of principles of liberty?
No, I just needed somebody. When you're trying to be 25
Well, I guess I do have a mouse if you think about like on my computer.
yeah. Okay.
That's a mouse.
With 64 present and 1 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whoops, hold on 1 minute.
Nope, he has to. Representative Liston, would you like to approve the journal?
Okay, sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Members, I hope you'll pay attention. Before we get to the approving the journal, I thought of a special little poem for you all. Think of the night before Christmas. It was the day after the long bell, and all through the house, not a rep was stirring, not even Singer's pet mouse. The debate was intense and ever so mean that even fired up Representative Hugh McKean. Latino Joe Salazar fired up his crowd. It even made Rep. Williams so proud. In his desire to show his strength, he had the long bill read at length. While he thought he had won, the body thought it not fun. While it was a late night and thoughts of their beds, most reps could only think of amendments in their heads. There was lots of talk of dollars and cents by Rep. Beckman, and even a prayer for her by the good Rep. Coleman. Speaker Duran relaxed in her vestido and Neville in his cap, while the rest of us had to listen all day to this budget crap. When out from the dome there came such a clatter, we sprang from our slumber to see what was the matter. The legislators looked round the chamber to see a great flash, only to see the JBC members come in with a crash. The JBC team were there to defend their fine budget, telling the rest of us not to fudge it. In walked little Millie with a smile so cute that no one noticed her prim, proper suit. Then there was Rankin with his smooth southern drawl. Listen to me, I speak for you all. Last but not least was the rep from Greeley, who knew of the budget and could speak so freely. The JBC members debated and shouted and told us of their stances that we all never doubted. We ranted and yelled, and some even raved, but most of us were just badly behaved. It was late in the night, and we were ready to wrap. Even Madam Speaker was ready to nap. Up jumped Young and shouted with glee, "Come, Bob and Millie, it's time to flee." He whistled and shouted and called them by name. We've thoroughly confused them in this great con game. They jumped to their banister and said with a grin, "We fooled them once and we'll do it again." Now Pedersen, Wist, Hanson, and Sane, we've got to be going, you give us great pain. We've got to be going, guarded by sergeants, they started to flee over to the safe offices in LSB. They ran to the chamber to get to the bar, telling each other, we've been lucky so far. With one last look, before last call, continue your work, we'll see you next fall. And that.
Nicely done, Representative Liston.
And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the reading of the Journal of Thursday, April the 4th, 2017 be dispensed with and approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Thank you.
Members, you have heard the motion. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
Those opposed signify by saying no.
No!
That motion passes. Announcements and introductions. Representative Beckman and Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. Today marks the 23rd Annual Homeschool Day at the Capitol, sponsored by the Christian Home Educators of Colorado, or CHEC. Christian homeschoolers from all over Colorado are assembled here for the day of educational activities and an inspirational noon rally on the West Steps. These homeschoolers have come to publicly acknowledge God's presence and His sovereignty over the affairs that are conducted here and to thank Him for the liberty they have to teach their own children. Additionally, they are praying for us today. Many families are here to meet, and I encourage you and encourage the representatives, so please avail yourself the opportunity to meet with your constituents. We have so many of them here today. Homeschool families have made the goodies that were delivered to your desk in your office earlier this week. They were very good. I already have eaten mine. And they cordially invite you to join us at 12:15 on the west steps for the rally. Chuck will give a hearty introduction to every representative who attends the rally. We have 2 Czech representatives that have joined us in here this morning in the chamber, George Seacrest, board member, and John Arsenault. They would be willing to take your names and would love to introduce you at the rally later on. So please join me in commending the homeschooling families here today and across the state of Colorado for their dedication to their children, and encourage them to continue to pursue educational excellence while raising the next generation of citizens and leaders of our great state of Colorado and our nation.
Representative Leonard.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all to the homeschooling families that have come here today. You are the backbone of our country and our state. The dedication that the parents give to their children and the obedience that the children give to their parents is a wonderful example for being able to keep a family together. And that, we all know, ladies and gentlemen, is the basis of our society, making great neighborhoods, great churches, great communities, great states, and great nations. As a father of a homeschool children, I know the dedication that it takes, both for the kids and for the parents. So I can't thank you enough for the leaders that you're raising today, godly people that are wonderful in virtue and dedicated to the right causes. So thank you so much, all 2,000 of you that are going to be here today, and Justice Roy Moore, who will be speaking for the keynote today. We look forward to hearing him this afternoon and also tonight. Thank you very much.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't see Representative Lee, so I'll just go ahead. Monday is the Veterans Caucus. Please RSVP to Jerry Wheeler, who is in the back. The subject is going to be Veterans Service Officers. It will be downstairs at noon in room 112. Thank you.
Representative Buck.
Wonderful members, just can I get your attention? You may think it's the opening Rockies Day, but it's also April 7th is the National Auctioneers Day. Woo! And I want to thank Michael Nichols over there for helping me organize this day at the Capitol for the National Auctioneers Association. Auctioneering, folks, is more than just auctioneering. It's a great American tradition that not only sells but entertains the audiences. And afterwards, I would like to introduce some of the people here, but we are very, very fortunate to have Wes Lamb, the 2016 Colorado Auctioneer Champion, and he is going to auction off this beautiful Capitol flag, and the monies that he raises will all go to the staff's party at the end of the session. So, bid often, bid high. And now can we have Wes Lamb join us at the corner here, and he will auction off.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Colorado Auctioneers Association and Nationals Auctioneers Association, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and your time. That being said, guys, we're going to have a little auctioneer, have a little fun. All right, here we go. We're going to give it about a little bit of money. Right there, a little bit of 5, 10, a $10, a little bit of 10, 15, a little bit of 20, 25, now 30, now 35, a little bit of 40, now 45, 50, a $50, 55, 60, 65, $70, 75, $80, 85, now 90, a 95, now $100 bill, 100, 100, 100, now 105, $105, 10 and 10 and 10 and 10 and 110. Price your man's out. now. 110, a 110, 15, $115, a little bit of 115, $115, a little bit of 15, down 20, a $120, a little bit of 120, $120, $120, a little bit of 20, down 25, $125, a little bit of 1 and a quarter, down quarter, big quarter, good quarter, six quarter, a little bit of 125, of 125, now 30, $130, dollar by a little bit of 130, 130, all in, all done. I have $130, $30, a little bit of 30, now 35, $135, $40, a little bit of 140, down 45, of 145, a little bit of $200. I like it better. 210, a $210 by a little bit of 210, a $210, a 10, a 10, a 10, a 200, a little bit of 10, now 20, a $220 by a little bit of 220, 220, $220, a little bit of 20, down 30, a 230, ma'am, got to be 30, a $230 by a little bit of 220 here, now 30, a $230, a little bit of 1 time, 2 times, 3 times I have, a $230, a little bit of $230. Sold $220. Sold $220 Bryce's way. Once again, I knew you were going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Colorado Auctioneers Association, thank you guys. Representative Lewis, thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, Representative Lewis.
Representative Buck. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And right now I would love to introduce 12-year-old Shelby Schumann from Eaton, Colorado, the 2017 Junior Auctioneer Champion.
Congratulations.
And also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to introduce Scott Schumann, the father of the incoming president of the National Auctioneers Association and a good family friend. We look forward to seeing you all next year.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, you all just showed me something, folks. If you can bid like that, remember the National Junior Livestock deal that'll be coming up next year? We're coming after you next year. I just wanted you to know. Colleagues, I know that many of you have met my wife, Christy, who was my aide for 4 years. She's now babysitting our newest granddaughter instead of babysitting me here at the Capitol. We were really blessed to have found Madeline, who has the gargantuan task of trying to keep me from wandering aimlessly around the Capitol here. Her mother and sister came to visit today to see how Madeline was dealing with the challenge of working with me. They are here in the chamber this morning. I wish I could introduce her mom, Linda, and her sister, Kelly, by name, but I know I cannot do that. So please welcome these unnamed ladies to the chamber.
Further announcements and introductions. Any further announcements or introductions? I have two. Representative Escar is going to replace Representative Pabon on the Joint Technology Committee for today. And also, the Senate did not concur in House amendments on Senate Bill 106 and has requested a conference committee be appointed. The conferees are Representative Singar, Representative Janal, and Representative Wilson. All right, seeing no further announcements or introductions. Members, you may remember last night we had a motion to beg leave to sit again, which means we're back to second reading. Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Madam Speaker, I move the House now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of general orders.
Seeing no objection, the Assistant Majority Leader will take the chair.
The committee will come to order.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senator Lambert, House Representative Hamner, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2017, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Long time no see. Great to be with you here this morning. I move Senate Bill 254.
The bill has been properly moved. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the long bill, and yesterday we had hours and hours of discussion and debate. Was that just yesterday? And I believe there are 20-some amendments that we have approved. There might be more as we get into the amendments to the Committee of the Whole. But we are asking, we really appreciate everyone's involvement and engagement in the process, and ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 254.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also ask for a yes vote, and members of the minority party, it really is okay to vote for the budget. Thank you.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I really appreciate how smiley and vibrant you are this morning. Representative Liston, thanks for kicking us off so well this morning, and I look forward to the closure of this process today. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 254? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 254. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 254 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. I move that the House rise and report.
You have heard the motion for the committee to rise and report. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. And members, I have another announcement before we read the report of the Committee of the Whole. The Senate did not concur in House amendments. Also, with Senate Bill 213 and has requested a conference committee be appointed. The House conferees for that conference committee will be Representative Winter, Representative Bridges, and Representative Lundeen. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report. It has under its consideration following attached bills, meeting the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 254 is amended. Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 257, Senate Bill 258 is amended. Senate Bill 259 is amended. Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 263, Senate Bill 264 is amended. Senate Bill 265, Senate Bill 266, passed on second reading order, revised, placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage.
Assistant Majority Leader Garnett. Members, you have heard the motion, and we do have amendments to the Committee of the Whole. Shocking, I know. We have 20. So we will go ahead and get started. Mr. Randall, can you read the Everett amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole?
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Everett Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 17-260 to show the said amendment passed, and Senate Bill 260 is amended, passed.
Representative Everett.
I move the Everett Committee of the Whole and ask to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, we talked about Senate Bill 260, which actually was the severance tax funds that were moving over from the severance tax fund over into the general fund to try to true us up. You know what? This is just money that we don't know what it's going to be spent on. We had a long conversation yesterday about where our funding priorities are. So let's make sure this money goes towards transportation where the citizens of Colorado need it. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members asked for a no vote on this amendment. Senate Bill 260 was part of our budget balancing package, and we did our very best to take as little as possible from the severance tax fund to help us balance the general fund. And the reason that there was a rationale to do that in the first place is going back to the end of last year when we had to take some general fund to set aside to pay for potential tax refunds to the industry. So we thought this was a pretty reasonable way of approaching budget balancing in regard to the severance tax issue. And this amendment puts us out of balance with the general fund, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the Everett amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hansen, Representative McKean. Representative McKean.
you want to move on and excuse, I'm fine with that.
Excused. With 26, oh, please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, and 1 excuse, the Everett amendment to the committee of the whole is lost. Representative McKean, that'll be $5. Mr. Randall, please read the second Representative Everett amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Everett Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 17-260. Show that said amendment passed. Now Senate Bill 17-260 as amended is passed.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, stealing severance tax. You know, where are our funding priorities? We forget sometimes in this chamber that there is more outside the Denver-Boulder corridor. This amendment takes the severance tax money and actually puts it towards rural hospitals, where it's going to make the greatest impact. I think that we can no longer ignore rural Colorado here in this chamber. We need to fund rural hospitals. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Before then, can you move the amendment, Representative Everett?
And everything that I said, double, and I move the amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Question before us is the Everett amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues asked for a no vote on this amendment. Same rationale as the previous amendment. While I do support the idea of restoring funding to our rural hospitals, we do have another bill making its way through the legislative process this year that hopefully will do just that. Again, we need this bill for budget balancing purposes, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, and thank you, Representative Everett. I would just suggest that what I think we get off track so many times. Severance tax was meant to go to the communities where it is being severed from. The reason we, to use Representative Everett's term, is steal it, is because the budget process is irrational. Severance taxes come in under the Tabor cap, and so they have to steal it and put it somewhere in order to make the budget balance. If we would rationalize the budget, we wouldn't have to steal it. It could go where it is supposed to go.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, the promise of another bill, I mean, we don't know if that's going to pass. We have the opportunity to fund rural hospitals today. We can do this today and make sure that we're willing to stand up for rural Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 28 yes votes, 37 no votes, the Everett amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have the Representatives Escar and Navarro amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After plenty of time last night on the floor to discuss this particular amendment, we were able to talk with the amendment sponsors, Representative Navarro and I, and we do believe we may have come up with a better solution and better conclusion. So I will let Representative Navarro say something before we make the motion.
Representative Navarro.
I just want to thank the body for your kind patience with us and the sponsors of the amendment. I want to say thank you for working with Representative Esgar and I, and I'm glad that we've been able to come to an agreement.
Representative Esgar.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, that agreement has been that we are going to withdraw this amendment, and I will allow Representative Kraft-Tharp and Norberg to help explain why.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. So I want to say a real strong thank you to Representative Esgar, Representative Navarro, and to the representatives from the county and city of Pueblo outside the glass. You know who you are. And at this point, Representative Norberg and I would like to request that the Joint Budget Committee, when you are in conference committee, that you disregard this amendment, that we feel like the city and county of Pueblo has strongly heard the need of a strong partnership with the fair.
Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to echo Representative Kraft-Tharp, certainly want to thank Representative Esgar, Representative Navarro for the great conversation last night. Certainly the long bill warrants a great deal of conversation during hours of debate. So we had a good dialogue. We need to continue to have a good dialogue as this body because there are issues that we need to address. But I think we moved forward to really reaching some collaboration for the interim period. So thank you again, Representative Esgar, Representative Navarro. Look forward to working with you during the interim.
All right. Oh, look at that group hug. See what happens when we talk to each other? It's actually really effective. We should communicate more often. With that, the Representative Esgar and Navarro amendment is withdrawn. Next up, we have the Representatives Sane, Van Winkle, Carver, Catlin, Everett, Leonard, Lundin, Ransom, and D. Williams. Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which I believe we just represent Sane. Mr. Randall, please read the Representative Sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Sane, Van Winkle, Carver, Catlin, Everett, Leonard, Lundin, Ransom, and D. Williams move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Sane and Van Winkle amendment J130 to Senate Bill 17-254 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 17-254 as amended passed.
Representative Sane.
Madam Speaker, I move the Sane, Van Winkle, Carver, Catlin, Everett, Leonard, Lundin, Ransom, and Williams amendment.
Properly moved.
All right, very good. Well, members, back to this discussion and back to why so many teachers and students have told us, please get rid of this testing. This is money we could be putting towards education so that our local districts can use that money where they best see fit, that best fits their children for any kind of tests they want to do and the parents want to see. Park has been a failure, an abject failure. And I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's fix this tonight. Today. Obviously it is today, not tonight.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we talked a lot about this last night and over the years. I'm sure that you are also sick of talking about testing. We were all a part of passing 1323, the largest reduction in testing in the nation. It's important that we actually have this snapshot every year of how our students are doing relative to the standards that we've set for them. And so this is incredibly important for kids of color, and making sure that we're not leaving kids behind. And it gives us a snapshot of how districts are comparing to each other and schools are comparing to each other. This amendment does not replace Park. I think that all of us agree we have some work to do. But the CDE is actually going through the RFP process right now. We don't know if Park will continue in the future, and they're working through that. And with that, this is actually sacrificing potentially $200 million that we get to comply with the federal government for providing a statewide test every year. And so with that, I ask for your no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've run many bills to get us out of Park and Common Core. I think we're one of maybe 6 states that are still left in the consortium. Let's just put an end to this. You know, let's actually finally get rid of this dying animal and make sure that our kids are actually focusing on learning instead of this test that really serves no purpose. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's get off this sinking ship that is Park. We've heard from parents, teachers, and students from across Colorado that this test does not work and accomplishes nothing. Let's take this $14 million out of the mandatory Park testing and put it directly into classrooms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 30 yes votes, 35 no votes, the Sane, Van Winkle, Carver, Catlin, Everett, Leonard, Lundeen, Ransom, and D. Williams, Amendment 2, the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have a Representative Sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Sane Amendment J 137 to Senate Bill 254 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 254 as amended is passed.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Representative Sane amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Properly moved.
All right. Well, the more plans fail, the more the planners plan, and the more planners we seem to add. Representative Rankin made a statement yesterday that although this may make the JBC more powerful, it will also make them more responsive to us and to the citizens of Colorado. And will save us quite a bit of money that we can put back into transportation. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this department, Office of State Planning and Budgeting, is the office that the governor actually relies upon to help formulate the budget proposal that starts this entire process. And they go through a long process, just like we've been, in order to formulate that governor's proposal. Excuse me. In addition to all that work, and you heard me speak about this yesterday, that office is engaged in a number of activities that are actually saving the state money. They are training departments on the lean process to make them more efficient. They are reviewing programs through a process called Results First, an initiative that they've spearheaded here in state government in order to improve the efficiency of different programs. So by cutting this staff in this office, you actually hobble government and make our process very difficult. You ruin the prospects for efficiency not only in departments but in programs. And this is why I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine. And members, please proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 27 yes votes, 38 no votes, the Representative Sane amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Oh, we have another Everett amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Representative Everett. Mr. Randall, please read the Representative Everett amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the committee to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Everett Amendment, J136, to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed, and that Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Everett amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved. Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So basically what this does is we use the hospital provider fee to fund Medicaid. So what this does, it keeps money left in funding Medicaid for single individuals without children, but it takes some of that money and it helps true up what we're taking away from rural hospitals. So if you like rural hospitals, if you actually believe there's more of Colorado outside of Denver and Boulder, this is a great amendment. This is a great way to fund rural hospitals with funds for what it's supposed to be used for. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. And before I go any further, I know a lot of you were mentioning your loved ones yesterday. So, hi, Mom. I'm sorry I missed your birthday yesterday. I was at work. I hope to be home later tonight. Happy birthday, Mom. With that.
That was so nice.
All right, now let's say why this amendment.
Happy birthday to your mom.
See, there we go. All right, I'll bring a card later. Here's why I don't like this amendment. When we talk about cutting off Medicaid services to adults without dependent children, it sounds like maybe that might be a good idea until we think about who those adults are and we think about the cost drivers in Medicaid. It's not the young invincibles. It's not the 27-year-olds who just don't want to pay health insurance or don't want to get a job. The economy's not that great still for a lot of people trying to get that entry-level job. And second of all, what about adults with disabilities? What about with someone with severe epilepsy? Somebody who can't necessarily hold down a job and doesn't want to go on Social Security because they want to try and make it work, but they also know that they have a life-threatening illness. This is about life and death. And so with that, I encourage a no vote on this because we need to not only put our money where our mouth is, but we need to make sure that our dollars match up with the lives of the most vulnerable who can't take care of themselves through no fault of their own, whether or not you have kids. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment still leaves $28 million in there for that vulnerable population that Representative Singer was just talking about. But here's the fact of the matter. Change is coming, ladies and gentlemen. We can either get ahead of it or we can be reactive to it. I'd rather get ahead of it, and we can solve that problem today. We can solve that problem now. I already urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 39 no votes, the Everett Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next amendment, Representative Wilson. Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Wilson. Oh, Mr. Randall, please read the Representative Wilson amendment.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following P. Neville and Wilson Amendment, J154, to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and I believe it's properly displayed. Colleagues, as I begin, my apologies to President Lincoln. Several hours and many agonizing minutes ago, your colleagues brought forth on this floor a new amendment, conceived in equity and fairness and dedicated to the proposition that all educational entities should feel the pain. Now we are engaged in a cow amendment debate, testing whether the original amendment or any proposed cow amendment can long endure. We are now met in the great chamber of that debate. We have come to dedicate a portion, $1.8 million and 12.2 FTE, of CDE's vast treasure so that public education might prosper. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this.
But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot allocate, heck, we can't even fund kindergarten. Those struggling districts, both urban and rural, have clarified this amendment far above our poor power to add or detract. CDE will little note nor long remember what we do here, but our 178 districts will never forget what we did to them. It is for us in this chamber, rather, to be dedicated to the thankless efforts our district has thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that this amendment shall not have been offered in vain, that this amendment shall have a new birth of freedom in spite of objections from the JBC, and that CDE shall share the pain, and that public education of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from Colorado. I urge and I vote.
Order, please. Representative Hamner.
Wow, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Wilson, I wish I had had time to write a speech as brilliant as yours, so you leave me sort of speechless, other than to say that I ask for a no vote on this articulately presented amendment. Mostly because it really has a hugely negative impact on the department, and the department resources are there to help our public schools, to help our teachers get their teaching licenses, to help distribute funds to the schools so that the great work that we do here at the legislature actually gets to the schools in the way of support. And the relative benefit in per pupil funding is really very limited through this amendment. So given all of those things and my inarticulate comments compared with yours, Representative Wilson, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 28 yes votes, 37 no votes, the Representative Wilson amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is by Representative Buck. Mr. Randall, please read the amendment.
Representative Buck moved to amend the report of the committee. Hold reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Buck amendment, J138 to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed, and Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And folks, when I came down here, I asked myself, what are the priorities of government? And over again, we've said it is education, and we have said it is transportation. Meanwhile, government's grown 20%, and ask ourselves lately, what have we done for education and transportation? So members, here's an opportunity to take a little bit of the increase of 20% on monies that haven't even been allocated yet out of the Human Services Department, their administration office. It is $8 million, and I ask members that you support this amendment and give this monies towards transportation. I ask an aye.
Representative Yan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I know that's surprising, but in fact, we've done a lot for education. We have a substantial increase for education in this budget. We have bills in both chambers that are focusing on transportation issues, and so we are addressing the education and transportation issues. But what does the Department of Human Services do? That line is actually salaries for people that are providing services that help in child welfare, with supporting people who are intellectually and developmentally disabled. We are supporting those that are providing services in DYC, Division of Youth Corrections, and albeit we know we have a lot of work to do there, but cutting salaries and cutting people away from the administrative jobs of making sure those improvements get done is really not going to ensure that they get done. And so I see all kinds of fun things happening in the back of the chamber that will divert attention away from me, fortunately. And so with that, I ask for a no vote.
What is that? Representative Salazar, can you please explain to us what is going on in the back of the chamber? Representative Salazar.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think it's extremely apparent that the senators have awakened from their naps. They are feeling a little bit feisty because apparently what they're holding up is what they learned how to print on a computer for the first time. But because they are disturbing the procedures and the process of this august body, I think you need to fine them all $10 each so that way we could treat our House staff to good stuff.
What do the signs say, though, Representative Salazar? I can't see that far.
Well, Madam Speaker, we don't know what the signs say because they're misspelled, as we typically know that we have to fix the spellings on the bills that come over from the Senate.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the signs say something about sticking with the Senate version of the budget. Seems like if they had done a good job, we wouldn't still be trying to fix it.
Well, I hate to break the news to you, our friendly senators, but actually it's the joint budget committee members that make that decision when it goes to conference committee. But thank you very much for your input. So with that, can we get back to our job? Representative Buck, we do have an amendment to the committee of the whole that we are debating. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to tell them to go all back to their naps. But seriously, folks, this is admin. If it went to the actual service providers, I would not be doing this or looking that way. But this is the administration that just grows and grows on human services. I ask for an aye.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally I wouldn't come back, but after that interruption, I think I need to reiterate that I'm asking for a no vote. Again, we have a department here that is very complex, and there are only two departments in our state at which every societal fail lands. One is the Department of Corrections, and the other one is the Department of Human Services. Their job is very, very difficult, and the administrative work that's done there actually ensures that that wide array of services that are provided that many, many people count on, in some cases life or death situations, can actually be delivered. We have solutions for transportation that are working their way through the system. Let's let those bills work and not gut our administration at the Department of Human Services. I ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 39 no votes, the Representative Buck amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have the Representative D. Williams, Van Winkle, and Humphrey amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please read the amendment.
Representatives Williams, Van Winkle, and Humphrey move to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams and Humphrey Amendment J 146 to Senate Bill 254 that show that Senate Amendment passed and that Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams, Van Winkle, and Humphrey amendment. Members, this is a pretty straightforward amendment here. It basically states that we are not going to help fund cities that have red light cameras, because red light cameras, as you well know, are not for public safety, but merely to generate revenue. Vote for this amendment so that we can have liberty in our cities.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard that this is a straightforward amendment. It is not at all a straightforward amendment. In fact, it goes way too far in impinging on the rights of local communities, cities, and towns around our state, and telling them what to do and how to plan and what street lamps to put where, etc. But it also does it, though, not through a bill, which you can run through the legislature, and we'd be glad to entertain that if and when it would come to the floor. But we're doing this through this bizarre mechanism by ordering the Department of Local Affairs, Public Safety, and others to eliminate funding to local communities. How punitive is that? So members, this bizarre amendment really has no place in our budget at all. And finally, it talks about intent, that the legislature intends to eliminate those appropriations. Well, how can you say in the future that we intend to do something? Perhaps the proponents know something I don't, because I don't know any bills for either this session or next that are dedicated to requiring departments to cut off this kind of funding. So members, I ask you for a very strong no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a great opportunity to make a statement against red light cameras. Time to go. And yes, there may be a bill in our future. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion? Representative Lebstock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker and members, I've been the co-prime sponsor with a couple of my colleagues on this side of the aisle the last 2 years. And those bills passed with bipartisan fashion. In 2015, I believe it was Representative Van Winkle and I, co-primed a bill that just simply asked the voters of each local government to have a vote on whether or not to allow red light cameras. That bill passed with bipartisan support in the House, and it passed with bipartisan support in the Senate, but it was vetoed by the governor. In 2016, we ran yet another red light camera bill. This one started out limiting the use of red light cameras only to arterial roads. And so the introduced version stated that cities and counties would be able to continue to use red light cameras along major roadways, arterial roads like Federal and Washington and Colfax, but we were limiting the use of red light cameras in neighborhoods and on collector streets, which was a good policy. That bill was amended in the Senate to make it an outright ban. I voted in favor of that outright ban in 2016. With bipartisan support we reached in this House and the Senate, we passed yet another bill, but it was vetoed by the governor. So we have passed legislation the last 2 years on this specific issue. But ladies and gentlemen, this goes too far, and I'll tell you the reason why. And being the chair of local government, I have to be intellectually honest on this vote. Now, this amendment says that we're going to literally take away funding to our local governments. And that's a step too far, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking for a no vote. I'll support a red light camera ban next year. I'll support a red light camera bill that will reduce the number of red light cameras, a compromise bill, a bipartisan bill next year, but I'm not going to support this amendment. It goes too far. Those of you who serve on local government committee, search your hearts. You know this is a no vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Pedersen. Please close the machine. With 25 yes votes, 40 no votes, the Representatives D. Williams, Van Winkle, and Humphrey amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, Representative Van Winkle, amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, would you please read the amendment?
Representative Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Van Winkle, Neville, and Everett amendment J122 to Senate Bill 254 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do move the Van Winkle amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. It is displayed.
And members, this is the amendment. If you recall, last night we debated it for some time that if passed will move the $750,000 that is annually appropriated to support the governor's $4.3 million Keen Air Turbo. Take that money and put it into roads and bridges for the rest of us. The people of Colorado are paying for that program. They're paying for that nice, fancy private airplane. And that money would better go to roads and bridges for the rest of us. So I urge a yes vote.
Any discussion? Representative Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would basically strip all the funds for the FTEs, the employees who fly this plane, operate this plane, maintain this plane. What is this plane used for? Well, it's not the governor's plane. This plane is used for law enforcement operations. It is the state patrol's plane. And the single biggest user of the plane is actually Children's Hospital here in Denver. Why does Children's Hospital need access to this plane? Because they transplant organs, or they transport the organs used for transplant operations. They transport cancer docs around the state to help children around the state. To call this the governor's plane is incorrect. The governor uses it less than 10% of the time. We need this capability in the state. It is extremely important for law enforcement and for the health and safety of our state. Please vote no.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the reason I call it the governor's plane is because when Fox 31 News did their report and when they actually pulled the records, they found that the governor used the plane far more than any other department in state government. There are 5 other planes, I believe. They are Cessnas, which cost much less to maintain and keep in the air, that can transport people from place to place. Let's defund this very fancy private plane and put it into roads and bridges for the rest of the people. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lundin. Please close the machine. With 27 yes votes, 38 no votes, the Van Winkle amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have Representatives Liston, Navarro, Ransom, and Wilson. Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, will you please read the amendment?
Representatives Liston, Navarro, Ransom, and Wilson move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Exum and McLaughlin Amendment J075 to Senate Bill 254, so that said amendment lost and that Senate Bill 254 as amended passed.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the Representative Liston, Navarro, Ransom, and Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Very good. There once was a rep from Greeley. Oh, I'm sorry. That was somebody else. I'm sorry. That's another amendment. First of all, members, I want to preface this that we definitely support our good firefighters, but the reason I have some real angst about this, what we heard last night, is just last week in local government, we heard a bill, in fact, we voted for a bill that would fully fund or help fund the firefighters. It's House Bill 1278. We heard it in local government. That's going to give $2.5 million per year for the next 3 years to our good firefighters. So here we're coming back before this bill has even been enacted and asking for another 1.1 million. And just to show you that there's a definite overlap, here is the handout by the bill sponsors that it's going to go for pumps and hoses and nozzles and other firefighting equipment and training. So, before we start asking and doing another double dip for whichever organization or entity it might be, let's let the one that's already working through the House go through, and we're funding it with $2.5 million for 3 years. So I would ask for an aye vote for the Liston, Navarro, Ransom, Wilson amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to follow up on that, during committee, one of the questions we asked was, if we give this money to the firefighters, which again, as Representative Liston said, we all support firefighters and know that we need to fund them, but in the local government committee hearing where we heard this bill, one of the questions was, why are we carving out money now do they still have to go through the budget process? And that question was obviously debated in committee, and the bill was passed out of committee. We haven't seen it on seconds yet. But again, as Representative Liston called it, double dipping, should we be carving out money through the bill process and then carving out more money through the budget process? And if we are doing that, why just firefighters? Because there are a lot of good causes that we need to support, and we're trying to, again, prioritize our budget spending and just trying to figure out, again, why this particular group is allowed to run a bill, get $7.5 million through the bill process over the next 3 years, and then come back again now through the budget process, through the amendment process, and get yet another chunk. Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to be clear, House Bill 1278 is moving through the process and is queued up in appropriations with a request for the money that we need to fund the firefighter safety and training programs, along with the equipment that they need to be on the front lines every day. This is not double dipping, just to be entirely clear. This is setting aside $1.1 million to ensure that this programmatic need is met, to ensure that the equipment that these firefighters need is provided for them. It's part of the fiscal impact of this bill, and it is a vote to make sure that we are setting aside this kind of money that they absolutely need to be our first responders, to be the firefighters on the front lines day in, day out in every single one of our communities. So, this amendment is about firefighter safety. This bill is about vital equipment that they need on the front lines, and a vote against this bill is a vote against our firefighters and the basic safety and equipment needs that they have every day.
Any further discussion? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly, we also heard testimony in committee with respect to the challenges that particularly fire districts are facing when it comes to the pending Gallagher Amendment. Our fire departments are much more dependent on property tax revenues than most police departments and things in that area, because a lot of our fire departments are formed as fire districts. Those are special districts that by definition can only receive, only type of tax they can levy is a property tax. And so as we look at the challenges the Gallagher Amendment is going to put on property taxes, those financial challenges are going to fall disproportionately upon special districts in general, including fire districts. And we heard that testimony as well. And that was a very important part of this discussion, is that there are significant financial challenges coming to our fire departments that are heavily reliant on property taxes, these types of grants would be able to offset and target those places that are going to face the biggest financial needs, which again are also very often in rural areas where there's less of a property tax base and less money that's available. And so having additional grant monies available to offset financial challenges to fire departments is a very responsible and important thing to do, and I would ask to support that program.
Representative Liston. Oh, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Danielson.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I just need to correct something that I said before to be perfectly clear. I said a vote against this amendment is a vote against our first responders and our firefighters, to be very, very clear. A vote against this amendment, we need you to vote no on this. So I flipped it around. Reiterate the impact that this amendment, if put on this bill, would have is incredibly negative for our firefighters, and we need to keep it off. We need you to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just one point of clarification. When we heard this bill just last week, is where the money is coming from is the state insurance premium fund, which just in the last year has grown from $280 million to $298 million and will continue to grow. There is money there, and once again, I do emphasize for all of us, I know we support our firefighters, we want to do the right thing, but there are also other worthy entities that deserve our support. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to switch hats just a little bit here and speak to you as Chair of Appropriations, because I tried to do some explanation yesterday to help clarify, and maybe I muddied the waters more than I did. So let me try again. There is a reason why your JBC members are also on the Appropriations Committee. And the reason is because we often find different pathways to fund bills other than what is originally stated in the fiscal note. We often go through this process with the long bill, and you see in your narrative there are set-asides for bills. We do this not frequently, but often we find money and find a way to fund a bill in a different way than what we were originally thinking. So often I think there's confusion in the committees of reference because you see a big fiscal note and it draws all the attention about the bill to the conversation around how it's funded. But that's really the job of the Appropriations Committee and the JBC to figure that out. The Committee of References should be focusing on policy. Is it good policy or not? And I'm pleased that the Committee of Reference passed this through so strongly because they felt it was important policy. The job of the Appropriations Committee and the JBC then is to figure out a funding pathway for it. And in this situation, these representatives are seeking a different pathway than maybe what the fiscal note articulates, but it is still a good pathway.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I'll be brief. I'm in support of this amendment. Here's why. It's something you've probably heard before, but Representative Gray made the point that part of the problem is caused by Gallagher. It takes away from the local districts on a periodic basis as it ratchets down their local property tax number. So then they have to come to the state for money. If you read the fiscal note on this bill, the money's actually coming out of a state insurance fund that's been in place since 1913. It's a 1% tax on insurance premiums around the state, but the money flows through the general fund. The fiscal note says, by transferring $2.5 million from the general fund to the local firefighters safety and disease prevention fund, general fund money available for other uses will decrease by $2.5 million. Now, the second part of it, assuming this bill gets through appropriations and becomes law, will decrease the general fund by $2.5 million. And then if we pass this amendment, if we don't pass the amendment, we'll also allocate another $1 million out of the general fund to the firefighters. It's not that it's good or bad to give the money to the firefighters. It's the process that's broken. We don't have a way to
we don't have a way to make logical decisions. If we do things like this, the obvious next result is when we see Senate Bill 256, which I don't think we've discussed yet, but we'll have to raise the amount from $264 million to some higher amount that we're going to take away from our taxpayers and in turn take it away from the hospitals. Now, I submit that that's a crazy way to do business.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Joint Budget Committee recommends and will vote yes on this amendment because actually what it does is aligns the budget back to our recommendation. Last night we put the money in. If we take it out today, then we're back in alignment with our original recommendation. So Representative Lundeen, I get to vote yes on this.
Representative Exum and Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I echo the thoughts that Representative Young made. This bill is parked in appropriations and will be amended with this new funding source, and it will not be double dipping. We will not be using the current fiscal note. It will be amended to $1.1 million. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the reason why we need to vote no on this amendment is we need to make sure that the bill gets through the process, right? And so whether it's funded the way we approved it in local government or whether it's funded by general fund dollars, we need to make sure that important bill for firefighters gets passed. And so please vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. The machine is closed. 30 yes votes, 35 no votes. The Representative Liston, Navarro, Ransom, and Wilson amendment to the report of the committee whole is lost. Next up, we have an amendment from Representatives Lewis and Catlin. Mr. Randall, would you like to read that amendment?
Representatives Lewis and Catlin move to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lewis Amendment J096 to Senate Bill 254 that showed a said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 254 as amended passed.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Lewis-Catlin amendment to the committee of the whole.
Representative Lewis.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here this morning because there's a little conversation that we need to have. I brought this forward whenever we had our caucus meetings. They wanted us to find things in the budget that needed to be reduced, added, and so I started asking questions about conservation easement tax credits. So this amendment will actually freeze money, and what it will do is it will remove the spending authority in the Division of Real Estate from the tax credit certificate for conservation easements. And that money is going to still be there in 12 months. I had several people out last night ask me, well, will people lose their jobs? What will happen? Well, ladies and gentlemen of the House here in Colorado, statute violations cannot be ignored. I handed you a paper yesterday, and I don't know if any of you have gone to the state auditor's office and picked up any of these audits, but inside The first page are the report highlights of the audit, and there has been 2 audits. There's been one in 2012 and one in 2016. But the most recent audit shows statute violations. And usually when I get up here to talk, I don't stay long. But for just a little while, you're going to have to humor me because we're going to talk about these violations. On November 16th of 2016, the state auditor completed a performance audit of Colorado's Conservation Easement Tax Credit Program with the Division of Real Estate at the Department of Regulatory Agencies. The findings of that audit were alarming. Statute violation CRS 1261-727, page 22 to 28 of the audit, the Division of Real Estate Division is required to process each application for a conservation tax credit easement in a timely manner, ensure the appraisal supporting the landowner's requested tax amount is credible, and ensure its overall administration of the program is fiscally sound and transparent. We found the division exceeded the 120-day statutory limit for the average time spent on initial reviews of tax credit certificates. The applications that the division received since January of 15, spending an average of 133 days between January 15 and June of 16. Statute violation number 2, CRS 24-7509, improper accounting of funds. $48,300 as assets instead of liabilities. The proper accounting would have shown the division running a deficit for years 14 through 16. That was on page 60. Page 49 of the audit did not match the applications with the fees paid. Lack of adequate records makes it difficult to reconcile fee payments to applications received. Page 48 of the audit, they did not properly track the prepaid placement holder fees. Shortly after making the accounting adjustments as of September 30th of 16, the fund balance was $17,500. Statute violation CRS 24-75-109, page 43 of the audit. CEOC, which is the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission, collected $144,000 in advance from February to June. The division sold 63 placeholder certificates, collecting a total of $144,000 in advance before they got the conservation easements for the preliminary fees. The division also promised future discounts to 11 landowners who submitted complete or partial applications for 21 preliminary advisory opinions between January and June of 2014. Statute violation CRS 24-75-109, April 8th of 2014, and this is right in the minutes of the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission. The minutes state, the Conservation Easement Program has been running a deficit for the new approval process. There are criminal liabilities associated with running a deficit in a state program. The Commission knew there would be problems, and their attempt to fix them only made matters worse. They then made the decision to solicit land trusts, land brokers, and others to purchase blank placeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in their minutes. Statute violation CRS 112-61-727, page 44 of the same audit. The statute authorizes the division to collect a fee from landowners applying for a tax credit certificate of a preliminary advisory opinion. CRS 12-61-727 defines the landowners as the record owner of the service land, and if applicable, owner of the water or water rights beneficially used thereon, who creates a conservation easement. Page 44 of the audit. Thus, the division sold 45 of the 63 placeholder certificates to non-landowners, including 3 tax brokers, a land trust, a law firm, and a nonprofit organization that helps facilitate easement donations. Statute violation CRS 24-75-109, page 46 of the audit. In Senate Bill 13-221, the General Assembly authorized the department to borrow from the state's General Assembly. How many of you knew they were going to borrow money from the general fund? Without the interest during the fiscal year 2014 to provide financing needed to implement the new review process prior to sufficient monies becoming available to the fund. This loan provision did not help the department as the General Assembly had intended. According to the State Controller, the department obtained the loan authorized by Senate Bill 13-221, and any portion of the loan could use to fund expenditures that the department did not pay back. Statute violation CRS 24-75-109, page 47 of the audit. Department budgeting staff reported being unaware that the purchasers of the placeholder certificates had not submitted applications for preliminary advisory opinions at the time they paid the fee, or that the division still had outstanding obligations 2 years later to provide preliminary advisory opinions to some purchasers. Ladies and gentlemen, these audits are done for a purpose in the state of Colorado, so we know that how the government is run. The state of Colorado has done a huge disservice to the ranchers and farmers out on the land, the people that own the land. Now, yesterday we had some good discussion, and for some people that own real estate, they believe in conservation easements, and that is their right. They have the right to take out a conservation easement, a contract with the land trust or government, or actually they're usually both. They also have the right to sell their property to whomever they'd like. But ladies and gentlemen, we have taken in these people, and we have taken in these applications. Let me remind you the numbers that I'm talking about. Since 2000, when the program began, the state has issued $1 billion in tax credits, billion with a B, for over 4,200 conservation easements on more than 1.7 million acres. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of these people became in a process where they were in default. They got a letter from the state of Colorado saying, hey, your conservation easement is in default. You did this wrong. You did that wrong. And guess what? That landowner has to hire an attorney, and most of the time they spend more money on attorney fees than they ever got for the conservation easement. But the ones that have been in default in this state have had to pay that money back. And a lot of them now are my neighbors. They're my friends. They're my constituents, because 80% of those 783 in eastern Colorado are in my district. Those people are the ones I represent. Ladies and gentlemen, $45 million comes into this state every year for the land trust. No one's going to be out of work. We just need to put a hold on this money so that we can get to the bottom of this. Thank you for the conversation.
Representative Crafthorpe.
Thank you. Representative Lewis, can I use your audit, please? So thank you very much, Representative Lewis. I am speaking to you today as the current chair of the Legislative Audit Committee, and as Representative Lewis said, there is an audit every 2 years on the conservation easements. The latest one was of November 2016, and I certainly would encourage people to pick it up and take a look at it. The Legislative Audit Committee is well aware of some of the difficulties that the conservation easement program has been having. What Representative Lewis did not talk about is the actions of the Legislative Audit Committee. So let me review that with you today. For many of the areas of concern that Representative Lewis detailed for us today, the auditors made recommendations, and those recommendations were agreed upon to be able to rectify those problems. The Audit Committee attempted to do a bill this year, but was unable to find consensus between all of the different factions. And so the Audit Committee has submitted a letter to the Department of Regulatory Agencies. This program is up for review, sunset review next year. So the Legislative Audit Committee sent a formal letter to DORA, making sure that they take the considerations and the information that's in both in this audit but also in the 2014 audit in consideration when they're doing their sunset. So yes, I absolutely agree with Representative Lewis. There's problems, and there are serious problems. There is action that the Legislative Audit Committee has taken. We have comprehensive action that is going into place next year through the sunset. This amendment, however, is not a solution. This amendment is not going to help be able to take care of some of the problems. The Legislative Audit Committee feels that the actions that we have taken will help move us towards conservation easement tax credit program that is working successfully. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Out of respect for the body, I'll only take a short sentence. Please support this amendment. We need your help. We need to take a time out so we can take a look at it. Waiting till next year could hurt people that's all they own is a farm and a ranch. Please, I ask for a yes.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we spoke about this in great length last night about the conservation easement program. Even though you may find some benefit in this program, I can tell you right now that when Department of Revenue tells us it's fixed, yet we find 61 new cases that have come through that they are now challenging. It is due to not having the right people in place to look at these conservation easements as they're coming through. This program is broken, and I understand that you may not want to vote for this amendment as you go through, but as you heard, there is a sunset to this program next year. They have not listened to us for 4 years. I guarantee during the sunset process, they will listen to us. And we will fix the problems of them bankrupting citizens of the state of Colorado for the lack of checks and balances that are sitting inside of this program and the lack of qualified people to make sure that we are getting the correct value on this land. So as much as I'd appreciate an aye vote today, if you don't vote yes today, we will be dealing with this next year at great length.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lewis and Representative Becker. And we did have a very robust discussion about this last night. As I mentioned last night, I have worked with ranchers on conservation easements since the mid-1990s in Routt County, and I also am familiar with my constituents in Eagle County. I haven't worked with them since the mid-90s, but there are a variety of agricultural conservation easements which have been very successful there. Indeed, across the western slope, agricultural conservation easements have been successful. That said, as we heard, there are serious problems. Some of those problems come from appraisal issues and the lack of a standard. Some of those problems come from lack of communication in these departments. We need to work on solutions to make sure that ranchers and farmers can get the benefits of a conservation easement. In my neck of the woods, many ranchers who would have had to sell their land and get out of ranching, and that land would have been developed into subdivisions, and those water rights would have gone to municipalities or to the subdivisions instead of to agriculture, didn't have to do that because of that little edge that a conservation easement gave them. That's one of the major reasons for agricultural conservation easements, to help ranching and farming families stay in ranching and farming. Nonetheless, we do have serious problems, as Representative Lewis talked about, and as Representative Kraft-Tharp talked about with the audit. We need solutions to these problems, and I don't feel that this amendment solves these problems. In fact, it may make them worse. So I would urge a no vote on this.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Reynolds, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Liston. The machine is closed with 30 yes votes, 35 no votes. The Representative Lewis and Catlin amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, Representative Williams, amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, can you please read the amendment?
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting and following Williams Amendment J084 to Senate Bill 254. The show that said amendment passed, and the Senate Bill 254 as amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I asked for an aye vote on this. Basically, what it would do is it would remove the program that allows illegal aliens to have driver's licenses in this state. This is a sanctuary city type policy, and all it does is attract illegal aliens to come to our state and violate our laws and further endanger our fellow citizens. And so I ask that we do the right thing, respect the rule of law, and make sure that we are protecting our citizens. Thank you.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this amendment is trying to make something more out of nothing. This isn't about immigration. This isn't about anything but a technical change that the federal government allows us to do. Like I said yesterday, I'm happy to give the history lesson on this bill, being the original sponsor of it. It seems like it comes up year after year. Before 9/11, everyone was allowed to get a driver's license. It did not matter if you were documented or undocumented. But after 9/11, the federal government put in rules in place saying that for real ID compliance, you had to show documentation because your driver's license was used to get on airplanes and for other federal security purposes. However, in that same act, it did create a provision for non-documented citizens who still needed to be able to use our roads safely to get a driver's license. That's exactly what Senate Bill 251 did. It enacted that that federal provision allowing for driver's licenses to continue to be issued as they had been for decades before, without question. Members, what this bill does is it guts the program that ensures that everyone knows how to use our roads, how to be licensed for them, and how to have insurance for them, because that is a key component to, if you're going to be able to have insurance, is to have a driving record with a driver's license. What this amendment does, and what the argument I continue to hear year after year does, is it tries to make a mountain out of a molehill. This is a technical bill removing this funding, and mind you, I will remind you that this funding does not take a dime of taxpayer money. This program is completely self-sustained. Doing this would remove funds from a program that people have paid into to make sure that they're using our roads safely. I would ask for a no vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, I am quite troubled that the term illegal alien is being used in this well. The beginning of session, opening day speech, some of my very early comments were that we need to rise above the elevation of hate and fear and of divisiveness. And for somebody to be in this well and call people who are undocumented, who work in a variety of different companies throughout Colorado, who want to do nothing more but provide for themselves and for their families. To call them illegal aliens is unacceptable. I don't know if you've ever spent time with anybody who is undocumented. Some of the dreamers who have been in this country for years and who believe in America and our ideals. If you spent any time with the undocumented persons who work the fields in Colorado and the rural areas of our state, if you've ever, when you're going up the I-70 mountain corridor and you're going to different mountain towns and you're seeing tourism and all of the things that make our state great as it relates to skiing and the beautiful outdoors and everything else, you know a lot of time who's working behind the scenes in the hotels and the restaurants and who comes here late at night to do the cleanup work in this capital and clean up after all of us? Do you know who those people are? Sometimes they are undocumented individuals. They are a meaningful part of our communities, of our fabric of society. They are a meaningful part of what makes this country great from the very beginning, because we are a country of immigrants. And in Colorado, we are better than that. We are better than calling people, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, grandmothers and grandfathers, aunts and uncles, aliens. You are not aliens. And you are welcome in Colorado, an inclusive state. For all of those reasons, and many, many more, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, I so respect what the speaker said, and I admire that she said it because it needed to be said. Because this is a show right here. This amendment right here is just a show. We have the press at the table, and we have people watching because this is a show. This is the alt-right show right here. And while some would say, hey, let's not play into the show, I think it's important to show people who are watching, listening, who are at the press table, to show them that there are Coloradans who are going to stand up for other Coloradans. There are other Coloradans who are going to say, we are not going to label you because we want to separate you from our statewide communities. That we embrace you for what you are, for who you are, and the fact that you contribute to our Colorado economy. That's the message that we should be sending people here in the state of Colorado. Those are the individuals I played with as a child, that I grew up with, that I went to school with, that I still have dinner with. And they are not separated by hateful labels. And getting back to the policy itself about driver's licenses, and the mere fact that when this bill passed in 2013, thanks to my good brother, Representative Javon Melton, that it was a policy reason why we passed this bill. That when you pass something like this, people learn how to drive better. And they have insurance. They have to go through tests to ensure that they know how to drive on our roads safely, which in turn lowers insurance rates because we have less accidents, and those accidents that we do have, people have insurance. That's why it's important to have that kind of policy. And let's also not forget, too, that the compromise of the JBC is wiped out by this amendment. Because it has to be a show for some. Not about policy, not about what's good for Colorado, but because we have to put sparklers and glitter all over a show. And then we have to use hateful language in order to get people's attention. That is not how we do things in the state of Colorado, and that's not what we should be as legislators. We should rise above the show. And instead, we need to tell people and demonstrate through our actions that we are humane and just legislators. That we understand that some people come here and maybe they don't have the right papers, but they come here just like everybody else did because this country is a great country and it provides safety and security, much different than the places where they came from. Just like your ancestors did, coming to this country in order to get a better life. And the fact that you sit in your chairs, just like I do, is a privilege and an honor for all of us that our ancestors gave to us. I rise against this amendment because I'm tired of the divisiveness and I'm tired of the show. I ask for your no vote.
That was out of order. The comment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We did this term, it's a show. This is indeed certainly a show. At least that's what I'm saying here today. We're talking, with this amendment, we're talking about respecting ultimately the rule of law here. The term illegal alien is actually a legal term. If anyone wants to change, then maybe they should get elected to Congress and make that case. What we should be talking about here are citizens, the citizens that we're supposed to be representing, that we're supposed to be protecting. And what this program does is it's another program that attracts illegal aliens to our state and in turn endangers our public. We recently heard an unfortunate story in Maryland where a poor little girl was raped because of sanctuary city policies. And this is a sanctuary city policy. Tim Cruz, in our backyard, guy was murdered at an RTD station. If by keeping this program in place, if the majority wants to endanger the citizens, so be it. I won't be a part of it. I won't be party to it because it's wrong. There was a comment about, we get to sit in these chairs and we have a privilege. And I certainly don't disagree with that, but I think it's lost on some here that we do, as we sit in these chairs, we do see a significant number of our members encouraging that the rule of law be violated. And that's wrong. This is just one more thing that attracts criminal aliens to our state and endangers our public. And I, for one, urge this body to not be party to it. People are getting hurt. People are dying. And just to point out a few things, I've gotten stories from my district about illegal aliens using the road with these driver's license, and they have caused hit and runs. They have caused car accidents, right? So this myth that somehow we're making the roads of Colorado safer by giving illegal aliens driver's license it's not true. And we shouldn't be tolerating this. We shouldn't be allowing this type of behavior to go on in our state. I, for one, am going to stand up for the victims For one, I'm going to stand up for citizens, the people that elected us, and that we have an obligation to serve and to protect. I took an oath of office, so did everyone else here, and I simply ask that we respect that oath and protect the rule of law and protect the citizens that we're supposed to be serving. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll do my best to be brief. The program that this amendment targets is not a partisan idea. It's been adopted by 10 to 15 states all over the country. Blue states, purple states, red states, including the quite red state of Utah. The language that we're hearing here and the amendment itself is needlessly divisive. You've heard that the footnote sought to be substituted by this amendment is in fact itself a compromise. While we are talking about terminology, having spent a fair bit of time on this subject this session, I just want to emphasize that the term sanctuary city or sanctuary jurisdiction is utterly without legal meaning. It is not recognized in state law. It is not recognized in federal law. It is a term used to inflame and incite, and I believe not more than that. I have actually spoken to members of my community in my district about the Senate Bill 251 license program. People want to be able to comply with that program. They want to be able to obtain that document and drive safely and legally on our roads. They want to comply with the law. We should let them do so. You've heard me say again, and I will say now, my community encompasses 130 different nationalities, more than 130 different languages. In the words of our former poet laureate, Aurora is the Ellis Island of the Plains. I really believe that. This kind of amendment and this kind of rhetoric attacks the people in my community, and I decided I had to come up here because I can't really stand for that. I think something that the last couple of years in our country and around the world have taught us, and that a great deal of history reaching farther back in time has taught us, is that words matter when they are spoken by people in positions of power and visibility. And we here, all of us, are in positions of power and visibility. And some of what we continue to hear down here is deeply troubling to me, and I think we can do better. Ningún persona es ilegal.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very upset, very disturbed to see this amendment, so I rise in very strong opposition to it. But members, it's not just the amendment. It goes beyond the seemingly innocuous words that are on it, talking about amending the report of the committee of the whole, and it has a whole bunch of numbers on it and lines and page numbers. It's the message it sends. And the message it sends is hurtful, it's hateful, and we cannot, as the State House of Representatives of the state of Colorado, support or condone what it does. And the message that it's sending, similar to messages that are sent around the country, some from Washington, some from individuals, some from other states that are adopting laws that are hurtful and hateful. The messages that they're sending to people such as 28-year-old James Harris Jackson in New York City, a white male who took a small sword and stabbed 66-year-old African-American, legal African-American, born here, Timothy Kaufman, to death. A neo-Nazi. James Harris Jackson was a neo-Nazi, urged on by hate. This chamber should be sending messages of love and respect and appreciation and celebration of all of our diversities, because our diversity is our strength. As was mentioned, so many of our districts have great diversity of people from all over the world and people of all walks of life. We heard some of that testimony in committee on various bills, including from kids who are very concerned and very upset that they felt they were not welcome or safe in our country. We hear from teachers. We hear from kids. Are they going to deport me? Are they going to deport my mom? Are they going to deport my friend? Are they going to deport my neighbor? Are they going to be subject to discrimination or hate crimes? So let's send a message today here, members. Let's vote 65-0 on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winter and Representative Eskar. As survivors of sexual assault, we are horrified that our stories and our experiences are being used to target hate. Do not use the experiences of survivors of rape and sexual assault. We did not give you permission. You're using triggering language to incite fear against an incredibly important population. That is inappropriate, and we would like it to stop. We stand for love in this chamber. We stand for unity. Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have debated this issue several times in this chamber. And this same story is used every time. One woman's traumatic experience used every time in this chamber over and over again. It has to stop. We stand in support for every survivor out there who may be listening to this, who may be sitting in this chamber with us. We've put up with it all session, and we can't take it anymore.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I remember hearing stories and feeling the hatred coming at me, at my family, my grandparents, my mother. I even told you some of those stories. My mom, my grandma, grandfather called the N-word to their face, spit on and disrespected. This is a part of our history as Americans, but it's also part of our present. Even just yesterday, when we stood before you as a Black caucus, we heard members say, why are they talking about Black issues? Why are they mentioning their race? Members, I stand before you as a proud Black woman, and I stand before you to say that we will not allow hatred to continue. The same hatred that said that my mother, my grandmother, my grandfather, my ancestors were second-class citizens of this country, to have that be leveled against other people in this country, our neighbors, our friends, our families. It should not be tolerated. This is the most disrespected that I have felt, not only in this chamber, but in Colorado, in this country, today. Members, I am proud to serve under our first Latina speaker, She stands up for all Coloradans. She stands up also for Latinas. And for her to say that it is unacceptable to call people, human beings, humans, illegal aliens, to then have someone come back to this well and say those words again and laugh over in the corner, that is disrespect. That should not be allowed to continue. Members, I ask that we not only honor our speaker, but that we hold each other accountable. I don't care what side of the aisle they sit on, and tell them that that is not okay, that will not continue, and that all folks that reside in Colorado will be treated with respect and not disrespected at this well. Thank you.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, members. I wasn't going to come up and speak to this because I think this is a straightforward, however, in my view, misguided amendment. Because when 251 passed, the purpose of it was to make our roads safer by having people get driver's license, be able to get insurance, so they are being responsible. And for us to attempt to undermine this is irresponsible. I was going to vote against the amendment, but I felt compelled to come up and speak to it for what many of our colleagues have already stated, because words do matter. The words that we use and how we label people and talk about people do mean something. And if we want to be able to civilly address the important issues that face us in the state, we have to be considerate of one another. That term that was used is a negative term. I think my colleague who said it in Spanish, that no person is illegal, is true. That is not a term, it's not a noun that we call people. And so we should not do that when we're having this kind of a discourse. I know right now in these times that we live in, it's very difficult. And I know my people in my community, my district is more than 57% Latino. And yes, some of them are undocumented. And I know many of you have undocumented people that live in your district, whether you know it or not. Many of you may have hired them to cut your grass, to take care of your kids. And you can, close your eyes to that fact, but it's reality. Our economy would not work without undocumented immigrants. And this is not just now, it's our history of immigrants, that we have always used their labor, and when we've had enough, we push them out. My family was from New Mexico. My father was born in 1907, before New Mexico became a state. Many of the generations before that, all were from Mexico. We never moved. His family always lived in that location. So he wasn't an immigrant. Our family never moved. And so when you use that term, and part of the problem with the term really is that even if you think in your heart that's a descriptive term, how it's been used historically is to attach to everybody, to people that look like me, and it's attached indiscriminately, and that's a mistake. In this place, in this house, it is important that we treat everyone with respect. And I say this respectively. En nuestra casa de gobierno, es muy importante que todos de nosotros tratar cada persona en este estado con respeto y dignidad. Gracias.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the sponsor of Senate Bill 251, I am baffled why my words continue to fall on deaf ears. 251 wasn't about immigration. I'm told that this program is illegal. Know the law. Know the law. For decades, it didn't matter where you came from. You could get a driver's license. It didn't matter. It was after the tragic events of 9/11 that the federal government put in new security measures. Had nothing to do with immigration. It had to do with security. And when they passed that law, they put in provisions for those who were undocumented to continue to get driver's licenses. The federal government. Know the law. But for some reason, this chamber continues to try to make 251 about immigration. If you want to make a bill about immigration, make one. Bring it. We will be happy to debate it on the floor. But 251 had nothing to do with that. 251 was about keeping our roads safe, about making sure that everyone was tested, had a license, and could get insurance as they had for decades before. But instead, this chamber acts in a way that no other place in the country has acted. This same provision was passed in Utah by a Republican senator because this isn't a partisan issue. This is a safety issue. We should be ashamed in Colorado. Absolutely ashamed for using this as a political football. For using the safety of our roads, roads that carry our children on school buses, that carry our elderly, that carry people that are just trying to get to work, that we would use this issue as a political football. If you want to discuss immigration, I welcome it. I welcome it. Bring a bill. But this isn't how you do it. 251 wasn't about that. This amendment is a disgrace. Members, I ask for a no vote. And let's stop this partisanship. Let's do this the right way.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as you can see, there are a lot of emotions that this amendment has triggered. And as you can imagine, the Budget Committee shares your same emotions. And we have 3 members of each chamber on the Budget Committee. We have 3 members representing an equal number from each party. And the Budget Committee is responsible for approving every single footnote that gets into the budget. So that's the context in which this amendment comes into play into this discussion. And as you can imagine, there is a lot of compromise. Advocates for this program would like to see offices all over the state of Colorado to make the program more accessible to everybody. People who don't like this program would like to see it eliminated. So the Budget Committee, in striking a compromise, worked really hard to strike that delicate balance. It was actually threatening to hold up the entire work of the Budget Committee. So this amendment coming in upsets the entire compromise that was made in the development, reaching agreement on this footnote, and also in presenting the long bill to all of you. So it's just in that practical way of thinking about this that I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And agree with Representative Hamner's comments. We did work on a compromise. But what struck me down here when I heard the debate earlier on this amendment is this issue. Because the argument was raised that it is lost on some in this chamber, the rule of law. And members, when we think about what is lost on some, to me, what is lost on some when you use the term illegal alien is humanity. This is about humanity. This is about having respect for others and not trying to cast out those who may not be exactly like us. This is about not casting out strangers. This is about not taking away the voice of some to be able to make sure that everyone is part of an inclusive state and an inclusive country. Let us not allow humanity to be lost on us. This is about mothers and fathers and sons and daughters. This is about grandparents. This is about cousins. This is about workers. This is about people who work for Colorado companies, who get up every single day and try and work hard and do everything they can to be able to provide for themselves and for their families. And to say that people who are unlike us are rapists or are killers is casting them out. We have a responsibility to each other to be able to see through hatefulness and divisiveness and to be able to rise above it. I have a memory that I will never forget, and it was a time when I had first moved to Arvada, Colorado, moving from North Glen, and I was in third grade at the time, and I was playing on the playground with people, and I was in a new school, and I was trying to get to know everybody who was there. And we were one of the first Latino families in the Arvada area at that time. And when I was playing on the playground, I'll never forget a group of boys who came up to me, and they said to me, you're Latina, right? And I said, yeah. I guess I never really thought about it that much. And one of the things that they said to me was, do you have a green card? And that memory has always stuck with me. Because at a very young age, on a playground in Arvada, Colorado, boys and girls that were playing in third grade, not necessarily having any political understanding, thought that a young Hispanic girl, it was appropriate to ask whether or not I had a green card. Regardless of the fact of being a sixth-generation Coloradan. And when you think about that, and you think about the divisiveness that can happen at a very early age, and the type of message that we communicate to our young people, that is what is so important about this debate, is that when there are people that call other people illegal aliens, it says something. It is a term of hate. It is a term of divisiveness. It is a term of casting out others who are not perceived to be like us. And so to all the boys and girls who are playing on playgrounds in this state and in this country, we have to do something better and send a better message. We need to focus on the issues that bind us together and rise above the hate and the fear that exists. Ask for a no vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I'm going to actually speak to the amendment here because this amendment is actually focused on dollars in a certain program. And I want to tell you just a quick little story of a friend of mine. This happened about 3 weeks ago. He was T-boned. T-boned. His car totally, completely totaled. The person had a driver's license. They did not have insurance. The person was not a citizen. He has no legal recourse. He is out of luck. He has to eat the cost. That is what we're talking about in this amendment. This amendment is talking about dollars and cents to a certain program, and I think we should be speaking to the amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Neville, there has been a great amount of latitude given to everybody who has talked to this amendment on both sides. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's about cousins, it's about nephews, it's about aunts, it's about my wife. When I listen to these discussions and I hear the kind of emotion that gets played in this room, it distresses me a little bit. My wife, for a long period of time, was an alien. A legal alien. Meaning that she had a status here, but she was not yet a citizen. She was not yet someone who was considered to be going back to where she'd come from. She was in a status that's a little bit of a limbo. So whether or not we like the word illegal, she was an alien. Her sister came here on a tourist visa, overstayed her tourist visa, and would tell you bluntly that she was here illegally. She didn't like it, and she was always kind of trying to figure out how to move in that world. But what she would tell you is that her status was not legal. So when we come down here and we get twisted up about the emotion of some of the things, some of the words and the terms, it bothers me because I think that what we do is we diminish the bigger conversation that we're really having. In the end, it's a fine point. The fine point is, do we fund a program that we heard in local government a week ago, and that I made the point, we weren't in local government to disband this program, we were there to actually make it work better. Part of the discussion we had in that was with individuals who came who were on a deferred status, deferred action status, who have Social Security numbers, just like all of you. And yet they couldn't use this program because this program worked on the basis of a federal tax identification number. Well, our job was to make it better. Our job was to figure it out. A lot of us in our districts have large dairy farms and other farms. While I agree there are these instances where we have people, in fact, we have way too many of these instances where we have people who are not here on a legal status and have an accident, something else. A lot of these farmers, their very livelihood depends on being able to properly insure their employees. Their liability is far greater than the liability of that one individual in a single accident. Their liability is their family and their family farm and their business and something they work generations for. So when we get down in the weeds and we start talking about this word or that word, I would encourage us all to stand a little bit above that and not imbue a term with your feeling of hatred or someone else's, to say, you know what, we all use words. We all say different things. I actually tell you, it feels a little weird to say my wife is an alien. I'm the representative of Area 51, for the love of God. So, just saying. But you know, I mean, really, it's a term. And whether or not you precede that with illegal, which you don't like, or you say someone who does not have a legal status, it just takes up more words. She was an alien. My sister-in-law was an alien who did not have legal status, who would tell you to your face she was here illegally. You might infer she was an illegal alien. That's up to you. But when we get in this kind of a discussion that completely departs from the issue at hand, it distresses me a little bit. This program is one that was hashed out in JBC, one that was argued to the point of almost fracture in JBC to say, is this something that we can do? And here's my last encouragement. You've heard me say this before. And in fact, when Representative Hansen and I had the pleasure of having our governor come and talk to the freshman class, one of the things that we did discuss was exactly this. Put your energy and your effort into fixing some of this system. I have said before in front of this body, every form, every interview, every fee, every meeting, every dotted line. You can get through this process. Our problem is that we do not have a will as a country to get this process working for all the people who need it. To talk about a guest worker program, to talk about the legal means by which people can do the things that they need to do in this country and make that decision whether or not they want to, I'm going to use the word, assimilate and become American citizens, or whether or not they want to come here and do work. So when I tell you the effort that we exert here is to make sure that we get our budget passed to deal with the terms of this amendment. The effort you exert to solve this problem is rarely going to be exerted in this room. It will be exerted on our federal delegation. It will be exerted on the President of the United States to say, fix your immigration system. So if that's what you want to get done, go do it.
Further discussion, Assistant Minority Leader West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This conversation this morning has saddened me. We are not in a better place than we were when we gavelled in this morning. I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to participate in a fun little project with Representative Herod about conflict resolution. Perhaps some of you have seen our video. We're not always going to agree on everything in this chamber, but the way we speak to each other, and most importantly, the way we listen to each other matters, and it counts. Let's continue to be respectful in our dialogue with each other, and let's continue to listen to each other. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate your leadership. Leader Neville, I appreciate your leadership. Members, we can do better than this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine.
Representative Lawrence. Please close the machine. With 21 yes votes, 44 no votes, the Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have the Representative Neville amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Minority Leader Neville will speak right after Mr. Randall reads the amendment.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the committee to hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Neville Amendment J099 to Senate Bill 254 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved.
All right, thank you, members. Members, as we discussed at pretty deep lengths last night, we've all said that transportation should be a priority. So what this amendment essentially does is it does not cut a single thing. It says that we are going to stop the growth in government and in our state in every single department except education. We'll let education grow because that is a constitutionally mandated program. So we'll let that grow. But we're just going to stop the growth in every other program. And by doing so, if we do that, we can raise $314 million for transportation. $314 million for transportation without a single cut. This is good, sound policy. This gets us to where we need to be. This shows the voters that we are prioritizing our funds for transportation. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment and recognize what the minority leader is trying to do and appreciate that we are always trying to find efficiencies and cost savings and the ability to operate our state government with less money. Unfortunately, broad brushstroke moves like this have really negative and sporadic consequences. It's usually best to take a more thoughtful approach and look at where there are real opportunities. One of the things that happens in this amendment and several others that are similar, for example, in the Department of Treasury, that kind of reduction actually reduces the senior property tax program that we worked really hard to not have to reduce in developing this budget. And that's just one example of inadvertent negative consequences when we just take a broad brushstroke approach to reducing the budget. So I do ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while we are saying that we're not cutting, in fact, our state is growing. People are arriving and the cost of living is going up. And by Tabor, we acknowledge that our state budget can, in fact, grow. We follow Tabor, we follow the Constitution. And we dig deep as a joint budget committee into these departments. Our analysts spend hundreds of hours, and the joint budget committee spends a large number of hours digging deeply into these departments to be surgical about the way we allocate the money. So a broad brush approach like this really doesn't work. As Representative Hamner pointed out, we cause problems here. In healthcare policy and financing, we have people who need to be served, but then we have less money in our Medicaid services to do that. That, in fact, drives people to the rural hospitals that we are, in fact, having trouble financing in the first place. So while it may seem appealing to find a simple solution to a very complex problem, there aren't simple solutions to complex problems. There are details in these that need to be honored. Your Joint Budget Committee has worked hard to dig into this, and that's why I ask you for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Hooton. Please close machine. With 27 yes votes, 38 no votes, the Neville amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have the Representative Lundin amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, can you read the amendment?
Representative Lundin moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lundin Amendment J119 to Senate Bill 254 to show the said amendment passed and the Senate Bill 254 as amended passed.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Lundin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved.
Thank you. Members, I bring an apple for education. This amendment is a twofer. It gives us significantly more funding for education in Colorado, and it gives us the opportunity to honor the understanding of the people of Colorado when they voted for Amendment 64. The current budget happily provides an additional $185 per student in base funding in public education in Colorado. This amendment would almost double that by using the money, $117 million of marijuana tax money, to do what people were told would happen if they voted for Amendment 64. It would give us the opportunity for the largest per pupil increase for the students of Colorado in the state's history. I encourage your support for this amendment. I'm taking my apple with me.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hi, Mom. I swear I'm going to make it for dinner tonight. Also, Joint Technology Committee will not be meeting at noon today. So, no, actually, that's actually true. We were supposed to meet at noon, and this was just poor timing. Members, I encourage a no vote on this amendment. I understand the question that we're trying to ask and what was the will of the voters, but also what is the rule of law. And I can say that I need to look my teachers in the eye, my students in my district in the eye, my parents of students in the eye when they go and say, why do we still have a negative factor in K through 12 education? Why are we not fulfilling the promise of Amendment 23? And by the way, we legalized marijuana, and we were told it's going to schools. Why hasn't that fixed the problem? Well, $100 million doesn't fix a $1 billion hole, first of all. And so we need to talk about priorities, and either that means we raise taxes or cut services. So let's talk about the services that our marijuana tax cash fund has actually gone to. It's gone to helping our dropout prevention programs. It's gone to something that most of us actually supported yesterday on second reading, the Tony Gramsci's Youth Services Grant Program. It's gone to substance abuse treatment programs. It's gone to law enforcement, which you all, by the way, voted for. And this is what I say when I look my constituents in the eye. I say I'm tired of reading the headlines. Reading the headlines that say that Colorado's opioid and heroin overdeaths outnumbered homicides in 2015. I'm tired of reading the headlines that say that the Colorado suicide rate climbs. I'm tired of reading that as prescription opioid deaths drop 6% in Colorado, heroin deaths rise 23%. And even in Newsweek magazine, there's an expose on teen suicide in Colorado. A national publication in 2016 talks about how teen suicide is contagious and the problem may be worse than we thought. And it highlights a student group from Rampart High School trying to struggle with this issue and solve the problem among their own peers. Members, this is where the dollars were promised as well. It's in law. And when I have to look folks in the eye and say, we only have a certain level of resources here in Colorado, $100 million is not going to fix a $1 billion question. We have suicide hotlines in Colorado. We have teen dropout prevention programs. We have school bullying programs because the suicide rate continues to rise. Prescription opiate deaths drop, but heroin overdeaths rise. Car accident deaths go down, but prescription opiate and heroin opiate deaths go up in Colorado, even exceeding the number of automobile accident deaths. Life, health, and safety. That's what I think about when I think about our budget. It's life, health, and safety. This doesn't take all the money, but it takes a sure heck of a lot of it. And so what are we left with? We haven't fixed the billion-dollar hole. And at the same time, there's a bigger negative factor in my world. That's the negative factor in the hole in the lives of families that have been ravaged by suicide and drug addiction. I wish we could fix this problem with marijuana. We can't. So I encourage a no vote and ask that you vote no as well.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, follow this progression. Dubious idea. Recreational pot in Colorado. Attractive solution. Taxes will go for the students. It will help fund public education. Next step in the progression is $117 million today, a cookie jar, with 15 departments sticking their hands in that cookie jar. Ergo, therefore, violation of the fundamental argument that was given. This dubious idea of pot in Colorado is going to help provide money for education in Colorado, therefore it's acceptable. Please vote yes. The reality is we're violating that expectation and understanding that the people were given. 15 departments have their hands in this cookie jar. This amendment says, no, let's honor what in fact the people expected, and let's do what's right by the students of Colorado. I urge your support of this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 29 yes votes, 36 no votes, the Lundin amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Next, we have the Representative Wist amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please read the amendment.
Representative West moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following foot amendment, J083, to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 254 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Neville. Assistant Minority Leader West.
Sorry, Leader Neville, I think you got a demotion there for a second. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the Wist amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Amendment is properly moved.
Members, this had to do with essentially preempting the action of the Attorney General. And what I'll say is that Amendment J083 is really the much ado about nothing amendment. This practice, specifically the practice that this amendment is seeking to get at, the Attorney General representing private corporations, has never happened. It's not going to happen. So the response that we get to that is, well, if that's the case, then why oppose the amendment? I think the better question is, why bring it to begin with? I ask for your support of this amendment.
Further discussion? Representative Foote.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Wist, for giving me another opportunity to talk about this issue. because I think it's important. It's important that we should know because we are the legislature and we should be out here making sure that we are providing an effective check and balance on what the executive branch may be doing. And there may be some folks that don't know that our Department of Law is taking an unprecedented action against a local government. What our Department of Law is currently doing is filing a lawsuit against the local government, and filing a lawsuit against a local government in what is actually what should be a private course of action. Now, we all know that there's often instances where a local government, particularly in the area of land use, may disagree with a private entity or a private corporation. And those disputes are resolved. Sometimes, from time to time, the private entity will sue the local government in court. And that's okay, because that's what our system of justice is there for, to resolve those disputes if it comes down to that. But never has the state of Colorado, in particular the Department of Law, come in on behalf of a private entity and tip the scales towards that preferred entity in court, like we see now with the Department of Law. In this case, the oil and gas industry can do its own work when it comes to a private dispute. They have a private dispute with the local government, and that's fine. They can do that. They can take that government to court. There's no problem with that. But now what we have is we have the state, the Department of Law, the Attorney General that has decided, for whatever reason, to enter into that dispute and tip the scales against the local government for the preferred entity that's having that dispute with the local government. We need to be on alert against this. As a legislature, we need to make sure that we're providing an effective check and balance. And all this amendment does is it says that the Department of Law cannot sue a local government on behalf of a private corporation. Now, if this really isn't happening, then again, it's not that big of a deal. But I contend that it is, because we have this private industry that's going around and complaining to whoever will listen that the local government isn't doing what they ask them to do or demand them to do. And the Attorney General, the Department of Law, bid on that request and decided to sue the local government as a result. This is wrong. Let the industry do their own work. Let them go to court. Let them sue the local government like they are now, as a matter of fact. They decided to quietly, they didn't release any press releases when this happened, but they decided to quietly enter into that exact same lawsuit just a week after the Attorney General filed it. Let them do their own work. They've got plenty of lawyers. They're experienced in suing local governments. They can do it just fine. Our Department of Law should not be using taxpayer dollars to sue local governments and to sue taxpayers themselves. So I ask for a no vote on this Cow amendment.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in support of this amendment. I think it sets a dangerous precedent for the state legislature, whether through the budget process or some other process, to attempt to limit the constitutionally established office of the Attorney General in how he or she exercises that role. Ultimately, they are accountable to the voters, as are we. The danger of the language referenced by Representative Foote is that, of course, it opens the door for the legislature to interfere anytime there is profound disagreement in a particular area. And with all due respect to Representative Foote, if we're talking about the oil and gas industry and the concerns of various municipalities in trying to prevent drilling or limit drilling, there is a long line of cases, including cases where the current governor the director of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and others, and the Attorney General, the current one, as well as her predecessor, acted to challenge the local governments because it was viewed as the municipalities acting outside their authority in an area of state preemption. And the courts have consistently, time after time, going back years, as long as this has been a dispute, that has been the legal principle at issue. And so I urge support of this amendment. This is not an area that we should involve ourselves in as the legislative branch, telling another constitutionally elected official what kind of lawsuits they can or cannot file. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you as well.
Thank you so much. So, in an attempt to clear the air just a little bit, had a little heated discussion this morning. I want to say I really respect Representative Foote. But we do profoundly disagree on this issue. And it's particularly accentuated when he says this doesn't really matter. Then why are we running this amendment? I take this as a very thinly veiled slap at the Attorney General, who is doing the work of the people of the state of Colorado in defending the Constitution of Colorado. Madam Speaker, we've already had a vote today on who values the rule of law over rhetoric. This will be another one.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I'll say is, and the reason why I ran the amendment is because this does matter a great deal. We have an issue that we need to address, and the issue is that the Department of Law is taking a side in what should be a dispute between a private entity and a local government. And I unfortunately haven't seen the same department take a side on the other side of the coin, which is when that particular private entity actually breaks the rules. There's no lawsuit that comes along those lines. There's no lawsuit that's filed on behalf of that private entity by the Attorney General against somebody else when it comes to that. This particular Department of Law is taking a side, and we as the legislature have the duty to say, no, we don't think that there should be any money appropriated for that particular purpose. That's all this does, but it does matter. It does matter because right now we're looking at this dispute that is occurring between one local government, but as time goes on, this will happen more and more and more times. It's going to happen and it's going to continue, particularly if this body doesn't exercise the oversight that it's supposed to do. Again, I ask for a no vote.
Assistant Minority Leader West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, this is about something beyond oil and gas. Yes, the dispute or the issue that gave rise to this relates to oil and gas. But think about the far-reaching implications of talking about what cases the Attorney General may or may not bring and whether that's within our purview in the legislature. The fact is that this dispute is not a dispute between private companies and the government. This is a dispute between a state department, and in this case, the State Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, whose legal authority is directly being challenged by a local government. It was the issue that the Colorado Supreme Court decided by saying that local governments are preempted by the State Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. If that's not an appropriate case for the State Attorney General to bring, I would beg you to tell me what case would be appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, simply because private companies may have an interest in the outcome of a case that's brought by the Attorney General doesn't mean that the case is being brought on their behalf. This is an important distinction. This is an important policy issue that we must get right. Let's not interfere with the legal authority of our Attorney General. Please vote yes.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I ask for a yes vote. This was not a recommendation that came from the JBC staff or the JBC, and it's not directly a budget issue, so I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to underscore a couple of points that have already been made. Look at the language. It's kind of interesting as a lawyer. It says, on behalf of a private corporation. Well, really, if we were trying to affect something with thought and even the minimum amount of detail, we have partnerships, we have individuals, we have limited liability companies, we have all sorts of other legal entities. So it just strikes me that why would someone say a private corporation? I mean, that really doesn't capture much, if anything. So I think that makes the point that this really isn't trying to get at an issue as much as it is to make a statement. Second of all, as I mentioned last night, to use the federal analogy, this nuclear option issue, we have to be careful because what we do on the one side under one specific micro lens may have a very bad effect later on a different set of facts. What if a town, there's some bizarre examples of what towns do, whether it's allowing damage to their environment, damage to their people's health. There's a town in Utah that requires you own a gun to live in that town. Interesting, a lot of you didn't know that. There's towns in Utah that allow polygamy. And I'm not blaming my Utah people. I could talk about Flint, Michigan just as easily. So there's going to be a time when our Attorney General, who is charged with representing the entire state and the state citizens, is going to need to weigh in on something. Maybe there's a corporation that's going to be discriminated against on whatever grounds by a particular town. We're a diverse state, and I'll tell you what, there's some towns in my side of the state that are a heck of a lot different than over here. So the Attorney General is going to be charged with making sure that no corporation, limited liability company, private individual is harmed by a municipality or a county. So they may need to weigh in. So members, if you take this amendment seriously, and if you look at the way it's worded, and you think about future ramifications, it's an easy no vote. Take the messaging out of it and vote logically. It would be a yes vote on this amendment, no against the original footnote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 32 yes votes, 33 no votes, the WIST amendment is lost. Next is
Minority Leader Neville amendment. Mr. Randall, will you please read it?
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville amendment, J095, to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed, and Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think at the beginning of the session, again, we all agreed that transportation should be a priority. And I think we're all in agreement that if we say we have a lot of priorities, we really have none. What this amendment seeks to do is says that we are going to take 2%, a minuscule amount, 2% off of the projected amounts the budgets are supposed to get. So keep in mind, this is not an actual decrease in any of the budgets from what they got last year. But we're going to tell these departments, you're going to have to find 2% in efficiencies within your own department, in every department except education. Again, education we allow to increase. By doing this, this results in $129 million. If you add that on top of what $79 million are in this budget now, we have enough to do a bonding project for at least $2.5 billion that could actually fix our roads without raising taxes. Now we're going to hear that, oh, this is a bad move because it's a broad brush stroke. Well, members, I want the departments to look internally and tell us how they're going to save this money. The problem we have in the state of Colorado is the departments come out year after year just expecting more money. So what we're telling them is you find 2% in efficiencies off of what you asked for, which is already an increase over what you're getting last year. 2% to relieve our citizens of the traffic that they get stuck in and day out, to maybe make that person's 45-minute commute a 30-minute commute, to make that kid's route to school safer because they have better roads to travel on. 2%. That's all it takes, and we could handle it this year. I urge a yes vote.
Minority Leader Neville, would you like to move the amendment?
I would. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Neville amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
All right. Representative Lindy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to move or speak to the moved amendment. So I've got 4 questions for you, colleagues. How do you let state government continue to grow? How do you comply with federal law? How do you honor education in Colorado by not cutting its budget by 1 nickel, but in fact expanding it by $185 per student? And how do you get at solving the problem of roads and bridges in our state? The answer is this amendment. This is what a budget would look like that starts at addressing the biggest questions within the general fund. It gives us the added benefit of actually providing in the most challenging areas, healthcare, policy, and financing, enough growth to thread the needle on federal compliance. It expands education, and it gets at the issue that we all showed up here on that glorious opening day and talked about, from the governor to the speaker to the president of the Senate, roads and bridges in Colorado. I urge your support of this very thoughtful amendment. In my mind, it's the best amendment to the long bill that we have had the opportunity to discuss at length, and I obviously am continuing to discuss further at length today. Please support this amendment.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I made a big production about bringing up all the documents and plopping them up here, and I did that because, in fact, while I appreciate the effort on this amendment and I appreciate the work that may have been done on it, the way it's portrayed is not accurate. It was said that every department's getting an increase, and so all we're asking for is less of an increase. But if you actually look at the very first department in your narrative, The Department of Agriculture, they're taking a 2.3% general fund cut this year. So this amendment asks for a further cut. This is why broad brush, I'm using the term, Mr. Minority Leader, approaches to budgeting doesn't work. Because in fact, you have to dig deeper, which is exactly what your Joint Budget Committee has done. And let me reiterate, when you get to the Department of Treasury, they're taking an outsized cut because part of their budget is the Senior Homestead Exemption Act. And because you apply the same kind of funding cut, 2%, to them that you do to every other department, you actually really hobble their department by doing this. They cannot cut the Senior Homestead Exemption Act. That's constitutionally required, which means you just gut their department, even though it sounds like a 2% cut isn't that big a deal. It really does gut their department. So this is why your Joint Budget Committee members come and say, we've really dug into this budget deeply. Our staff, literally hundreds and thousands of hours, digging deep into each one of these departments and challenging the departments when we saw places that we thought those programs could be rolled back or eliminated, we did that. But when there was need expressed and we dug into it and found that that need was justified, then those increases were applied to our budget, and this is the budget we bring to you. It's for these reasons I ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this isn't cutting the senior property exemption tax. I mean, I love how we can find the ways that we say a 2% cut. We find the programs that people are most passionate about and try to say that we're cutting this. This amendment doesn't do that at all. This amendment tells those departments 2%. You're going to take a little trimming, 2% off of what you've asked for this year. 2%. Do your part to help the citizens of Colorado, to move the citizens of Colorado in our state, to improve the lives of the citizens of Colorado and state, to improve business in our state, to fund the infrastructure of our state. That's all it takes, 2%. I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 26 yes votes, 39 no votes, the Neville Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Last, we have Representatives Beckman and Williams' amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, will you please read the amendment?
Representatives Beckman and Williams move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Beckman Amendment, J103, to Senate Bill 254, to show that said amendment passed and the Senate Bill 254 is amended passed.
Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a clarification, is this the last amendment, or do we have one more?
It's the last one.
Okay. Hey. I would like to move the Beckman-Williams amendment and ask for a yes vote. Wouldn't it be great if we just unanimously supported this amendment? It'd be a great way to end the budget process. We could all take pictures. We all look nice in purple. It'd be a great some festivities. Anyway, back to the amendment.
Nice wishful thinking.
Last night, it was late when we got done, and we had the discussion, are we going to cow this, or shall we cow it? And, I just thought that, yeah, we need to cow it, because in the morning, we really need to talk about the money and where we are in the state of Colorado and what people are facing in Colorado. Over the last, since 2007, our budget has almost doubled in the state of Colorado. Billions and billions and billions of dollars have been added. But for the middle class, the personal income has been stagnant. This isn't monopoly money. This is real money. And people's, their purchasing power, they're really struggling out there because all of the fixed costs have gone up. And we know it. We talk about it all the time: housing, construction defect, affordable housing, the cost of college, the cost of insurance. It is so close to, it impacts people so much. And so this amendment is just asking for Christmas in April for the taxpayers of Arapahoe, or not Arapahoe County, well, Arapahoe County, but the state of Colorado, to take 1% of the budget, almost as a token, and to give it back to the taxpayers. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a good amendment. We talked a lot about prioritizing. We talked a lot about being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, and this is merely a simple 1% reduction. And I'll just keep it brief here, but the one final thought I'd like to leave you with is I'd like to just quote you from one of our great political minds and philosophers of this age, Ron Swanson. Once a year, every branch of government meets in a room and announces what they intend to waste taxpayer money on. Members, let's not waste taxpayer dollars. Vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for a no on this cow amendment, and I'd like to provide a bit of context. The grammatical sorcerer from El Paso County, who's back there somewhere, so affected me last week that I had to effect a little numbers project. We've talked a lot about the growth in government and the size of appropriations and things, and how much money goes to what items that our state is responsible for is an entirely appropriate conversation to be having. That's what the long bill is. But we are an interesting state in that our population has been growing quickly and placing many demands on the things that people want government to do, like roads and schools. And we also have a lot of complicated business in our Constitution. So, very briefly, I did a bunch of research, and all of the dollar figures are inflation corrected to 2017 purchasing power with the Denver Boulder Greeley CPI. And all the percentages are indexed from the 2000-2001 fiscal year to the current fiscal year that we're in, 17-18. Just a couple of measures here. Our general fund as a percentage of personal income is actually down in the last 18 years. It's down 8%. Our budget per capita population is actually exactly flat. There's exactly as many inflation-corrected dollars as it was 18 years ago. Our total budget as a percentage of personal income is up just a bit, 6% in 18 years. Total budget per capita is up a little bit, 15% in 18 years. General fund is also up a little bit, but here's the key thing. Our population has actually increased more than our general fund budget when you correct for inflation. The number of employees who work for our state has grown about precisely the same as our population and our general fund in 18 years. Personal income, inflation corrected, has actually grown 41%, more than the size of government measured in general fund, more than the size of government measured in total fund, more than the size of government measured in FTE. And the Denver Boulder Greeley CPI is up 44% in 18 years. So we as a state face some truly unique challenges with everything that bears down on our budgeting process, and I thank the members of both parties for doing everything they've done for 11 months to get us to this point. I wish it were easier than it is. I wish we could tackle the big questions and not have to fight so hard over the small ones. But until then, I ask for a no vote on this cow.
Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it appropriate if I ask a question of the last speaker? Was it the 18 years that you used for personal income? Sure, come on.
Well, it is up to you to decide if you would like to respond, Representative Weissman.
Sure. To respond to that question, everything here is FY 2000, 2001, up to the current year, FY 17, 18, using data available from the internet provided by JBC and LCS and some calculations.
Okay.
All right. Is there further discussion? Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I'll reemphasize how hard we work to try to find cost savings and efficiencies in the development of the budget. What's happening here is that this amendment would reduce all departments by 1%. The population in Colorado is growing between 1% and 2% every year, and the people of Colorado and our constituents are asking for more services. They're asking for more help. And I look at some of the line items here that would be reduced. For example, corrections, 7.6 or close to $7.7 million just cut out of corrections. Well, I look at some of the information about the number of prisoners we expect to have in our prisons, and I listen to Steve Allen, who tells us our prisons are 98% full. Where are those prisoners going to go with a reduction like that? I look at the reduction of $8.9 million in higher education. What does that mean for tuition costs? I mean, I can make comments on each of these reductions. Public safety, a $1.2 million reduction in keeping the people of Colorado safe. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lawrence, Representative Liston. Three more. Okay. Representative Liston is excused. With 26 yes votes, 38 no votes, the Beckman and William amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. All right, which is our last amendment. So now we are to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
What's the official time that this, whenever she closes?
It's about to be 12. It's 12:28, 50 seconds.
That's bad. I send the closest one.
Representative Danielson is, oh, she is? Okay. She is coming. Please close the machine. With 41 yes votes, 24 no votes, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted.
It's not a number. Well, then nobody wins.
Who was the last?
You can't go over.
Okay. So we're going to go to third reading of bills. So that lovely announcement and introduction is going to have to wait. So with that, third reading of bills. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1082.
House Bill 1082 by Representative Pabon, House Senator Tate, concerning clarification that financial assistance under the Building Excellent Schools Today Act includes technology grants.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1082 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is a passage of House Bill 1082 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 41 yes votes, 24 no votes, House Bill 1082 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1212.
House Bill 1212 by Representatives Rosenthal and Sias, House Senators Gardner and Kagan, concerning the creation of an aviation special license plate.
Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1212 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is a passage of House Bill 1212 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, but some applause, I think. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 49 yes votes, 16 no votes, House Bill 1212 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250, Representative of Saco Senators Quorum and Donovan, concerning the voluntary contribution designation that benefits wildlife, and connection therewith changing the non-game endangered wildlife tax checkoff to the Colorado Non-Game Conservation Wildlife Restoration Tax Checkoff, providing for allocations of money received through the checkoff, creating a grant program, the user money contributed through the checkoff to finance wildlife rehabilitation efforts, and making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice job, Mr. Randall. I move for the passage of House Bill 1250 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1250 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no discussion, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 47 yes votes, 18 no votes, House Bill 1250 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. That brings us to general orders, second reading of bills. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House now resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of general orders.
Seeing no objection, Representative Kennedy will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader. The code rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 256 till Wednesday, April 12th.
Senate Bill 256 will be laid over until April 12th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 262 till Wednesday, April 12th.
Senate Bill 262 will be laid over until Wednesday, April 12th. Mr. Randall, please read the title to Senate Bill 255. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, we're only doing the highlighted ones? I see. Terribly sorry. Mr. Randall, please read the title to House Bill 1257.
House Bill 1257 to Representative Arnold, Senator Tate, concerning the schedule of reports by the Department of Natural Resources to the General Assembly.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is probably the easiest bill of the whole session. It's for Department of Natural Resources. It's a statutory vision committee bill. We actually asked that they continue all their reports indefinitely. We just put in the non-stagnant language to true that up with current law. I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1257? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1257. All those in favor? I'm sorry. Representative Arndt, would you please move the bill?
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I got so excited about the bill, I forgot to move it. I'd like to move House Bill 1257. Yeah, that, and that is how it's done.
It's been a long week for all of us. The bill has been properly moved. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1257. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1257 is passed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of the House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Hansen and McKean, House Senators Quorum and Jones, concerning a requirement that an applicant for a real estate development permit demonstrate water conservation measures that will be implemented into the development.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would move for the adoption of the committee report.
Let's see.
Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources.
To the committee report.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very pleased to be presenting this for your consideration today. We made some great amendments in committee, worked on a compromise all week before the committee meeting. I think we're in a very good spot with the various stakeholders. And these amendments basically maintain the local control on making the final decisions on permits, but we are asking the developers to come forward with clear plans around water conservation and demand management, and that's what this bill is asking from the developers.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report on agriculture, livestock, and natural resources. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1273.
To the bill.
An aye vote. This bill really is doing exactly what we just described. Talking to developers, saying let's encourage all the plans around water conservation, but especially one of the amendments that we did talk about before was especially indoor and outdoor. We're calling out all the aspects of a development. I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1273? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1273 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1273 is passed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of the House Bill 1274.
House Bill 1274 by Representative Janal, Senator Baumgartner, concerning the limited circumstances under which a veterinarian may use a compounded pharmaceutical drug for the treatment of an animal patient that is a food animal.
Representative Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee report and the bill.
Thank you, Representative Janal. To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the committee report did was last year, this was a bill that came through, but veterinarians did not realize that when we put horses in, that excluded them from being treated. And we put in companion animals. And horses are herd animals. They're livestock, and they're in the food chain, but not in the food chain. So it's kind of unique, but what we did put in this year was to clarify companion animals as well as horses, because horses, equines, are part of people's pets, so to speak. And so the other part of this amendment talks about compounding drugs that can be used for food animals that are limited to really 3 uses: poison antidotes, euthanasia, or methods used for depopulation. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The committee report is passed. Representative Janal to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, the bill is a bill on compounding drugs for use in, for stock for veterinarians. But what it does is it adds companion animals and equines and food animals in limited circumstances. So basically, this bill clarifies the language related to animals, animal patients, and food animals, and sets forth a criteria for licensed veterinarians to administer compounded drugs in emergency conditions, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1274? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1274 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1274 as amended passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title to House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294, Representative Weissman, Senator Todd, concerning counting a high school student who participates in the accelerating students through concurrent enrollment program and the enrollment in education at East High School graduation rate the school year in which the student completes the high school graduation requirements.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1294. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this is a bill to make a simple change in our Ascent concurrent enrollment statute. Present law provides that an Ascent enrollee is not considered to have graduated for the purposes of receiving the high school diploma until the end of the 5th Ascent year, even if that individual has completed the minimum requirements for the high school diploma. The change is to allow a student to be counted as graduated when he or she has in fact completed the minimum requirements of the diploma. I believe this is to make the data tracking more accurate. More importantly, it is to remove a disincentive against the utilization of the Ascent program that could occur if a district is unfairly penalized for students not being counted in its on-time 4-year rate. The bill was 13-0 out of House Education. I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1294? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1294. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1294 is passed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1271. I'm sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1271 till April 10th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1271 will be laid over until April 10th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 184 till the end of the second reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 184 will be laid over until the end of the second reading calendar. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 233.
Thank you, Mr.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Tate, also Representative Arndt, concerning the scheduled reports by the Department of Law to the General Assembly.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to get it right this time. I move Senate Bill 233 in the committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report.
The committee report, when the SRC bills go before the committee of reference, we defer to their expertise. And in this case, we have an amendment here that says they'd like to keep in one of the reports for the duties of the public defender. We accept that amendment as a friendly amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill came out 11-0 with the amendment on it to make sure that we're truing up the statutes with reporting requirements and keeping the reports that people find useful and repealing the ones that they don't. I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 233? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 233 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 233 is passed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senator Tate, also Representative Hooton, concerning the scheduled repeal parts by the Judicial Department of the General Assembly.
Representative Hooton.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 241 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 241 is a statutory revision committee bill, and it concerns reports from the judiciary and the Judiciary Department, I apologize. It concerns reports of the Judicial Department to the General Assembly, some to be continued and others to be discontinued. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is passed. Representative Hooton to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill is a statutory revision committee bill, and it refers to reports prepared by the judiciary for the General Assembly, some to be continued and others to be discontinued. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Has the bill been moved?
The bill has been moved.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 241? Seeing none, the question is the passage of Senate Bill 241 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 241 as amended is passed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of the House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representative Singer and Ransom, all Senators Smallwood and Cavallis, concerning allowing the adoption of a child under the jurisdiction of a court in Colorado who is not present in Colorado.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1304. There is no committee report.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. To the bill. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Boulder and Douglas County come together, watch out, folks. Watch out. This is a bipartisan bill that encourages the people work over the paperwork in our most vulnerable populations, kids that need to be adopted. This saves time, it saves money, and it saves heartache. There's no reason to force kids to come back to this state simply to check a box when our collaborative agreements are out there and everybody agrees that this is the right thing for a kid. We have traumatized kids across our state of Colorado that have been adopted by loving families, oftentimes blood families. And this bill allows for a little bit of solace, saving a little bit of money, and at the same time doing the right thing for the kids of Colorado and ultimately the kids of our nation. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1304? Seeing none, the question is the passage of House Bill 1304. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1304 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title to Senate Bill 214.
Senate Bill 214 by Senators Smallwood and Garcia, House Representatives Exum and Pedersen, concerning the creation of the Voluntary Firefighter Cancer Benefits Program.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 214. There is no committee report.
Thank you, Representative Exum. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill creates a volunteer firefighter cancer benefit program. After the passage of 2017 presumption cancer legislation, firefighters unexpectedly were denied workers' comp benefits or experienced long delays in adjudication and benefit payments lasting up to 2 years or longer. Unfortunately, some firefighters passed away before the claim determination was made. These lengthy delays caused severe, long-lasting, unnecessary financial hardships on firefighters and their families. Additionally, as employer workers' compensation rates skyrocketed and insurance companies attempt to cover unknown future benefit payments. And I will let Representative Pedersen talk about the bill. Thank you.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm really excited to be bringing this bill. This is to help our firefighters across Colorado who unfortunately are at high risk of getting cancer by expediting the services that they receive to save their lives and ensuring that they're compensated at a much more quickly. And so this is going to be critical in ensuring that we save their lives, help our firefighters. It reduces costs and litigation, and I ask for your support.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in Public Health Committee last week. This is a really good bill. It's a voluntary program. It takes care of badly needed funding that came out of committee unanimously, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 214? Seeing none, the question is the passage of Senate Bill 214. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 214 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of the Senate Bill 234.
Senate Bill 234 by Senator Kerr, House Representative Thurlow, concerning the schedule of appeal reports by the Department of Human Services to the General Assembly.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. I move Senate Bill 234 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Representative Thurlow. To the committee report.
The committee report deleted 2 more reports. Asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the passage of the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill.
Good bill. Vote yes.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 234? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 234 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 234 as amended passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of the Senate Bill 246.
Senate Bill 246 by Senator Martinez-Domenico, House Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Singer, concerning modernizing terminology relating to mental health disorders, and in connection therewith renaming the Legislative Oversight Committees concerning the treatment of persons with mental illness in the criminal and juvenile justice systems to the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning the treatment of persons with mental health disorders in the criminal and juvenile justice systems, and making a corresponding change to the name of the associated task force.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I move Senate Bill 17246 to, that's it.
That's all you need. To the bill. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our reader for reading the name of the longest statutory year-round committee. And this bill will actually make that name a little bit longer. And while you might think that that is a bad idea, this actually makes corresponding changes to ensure that people with mental illness are actually named appropriately, and that is a mental health disorder. So let's move away from the stigmatizing language and do the right thing and clarify obsolete statutory language. And with that, I encourage an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 246? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 246. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. No. The ayes barely have it. Senate Bill 246 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We stand in a brief recess to find out if Representative Pabon is ready with his bill. Just a 2-minute recess.
The committee will stand in a 2-minute recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, April 10th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, April 10th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
will come back. Are you ready? The House will come back to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole. This feels a little like deja vu.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report. It has under its consideration following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1257, House Bill 1273 is amended, House Bill 1274 is amended, House Bill 1294, House Bill 1304 passed on second reading or engrossed placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 214, Senate Bill 233 is amended, Senate Bill 234 is amended, Senate Bill 241 is amended, Senate Bill 246 passed on second reading or revised, placed on the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1271, House Bill 180, Senate Bill 184 laid over until April 10, 2017, retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 262 laid over until April 12, 2017, retaining their place on the calendar.
Representative Kennedy, right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk this time. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Willett and Representative Rankin are excused. Please close the machine. With 60 yes votes, 3 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements and introductions. I have 2 announcements and introductions while you think about whether any of you have any. Representative Catlin will replace Representative Sane in Ag on Monday, and also Representative Williams will replace Representative Catlin on Finance for Monday. Both of those Mondays are April 10th. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy opening day, everyone. And in honor of that, Public Health and Human Services will not be meeting today. And on Tuesday, we will be laying over House Bill 1139.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a request for the Capitol Choir to come down to the well. In honor of opening day, we're going to have a very special and unrehearsed song for you. Capitol Choir, come on down.
Capitol Choir.
This is just you and me?
I guess it's a duet.
Here we go. Here's our note. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if we ever get back, for it's root for the Rockies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Woo!
Nicely done, nicely done. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so the winner of the contest was Representative Weissman, because we finished at 12:29 this afternoon, and he picked Infinity. There is no division on this. So Representative Weissman gets bragging rights for 1 year for knowing how to call the time.
Wow. Further announcements or introduction? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and at the risk of getting fined, I don't want to get too much credit for this whole pool thing. I think I was otherwise occupied when the sheet of paper came around. And maybe I was just channeling the infinite labors and infinite mysteries of this work that we do. I am not going to even try. I'm not going to even try to compete with the poet of House District 60 that we heard earlier this morning. But in the spirit of this betting pool, this is William Blake. To see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. It has been a stressful week, members. Have a good weekend.
Any further announcements or introductions? Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, April 10th.
Seeing no objection, we will lay over the balance of the calendar. Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we stand in recess until 1:30 today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. today. Members, thank you for
I heard you. I'll accept the appreciation of everybody.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of our members for all of your hard work this week. I know it was a very long night last night, and we had a lot to get through. It was really good work, both sides of the aisle. Thank you.